All right.
Alright. Are we streaming now?
We are streaming, yes.
Excellent.
Alright, so normally we're going to stream today. Said that earlier today during the League of Legends stream, but apparently due to conflictions, we were not able to sit down and edit the video as intended.
So, surprise stream!
Oh man. Yeah, no, that thing just came in and kicked me up something fierce.
Oh no, it's at 2 in this format.
Are you gonna be
That's not
okay?
good.
I don't even think I've downloaded Master Duel. Oh, never mind, I think I have.
There's Karibo. Good thing I have a computer behind me with this. Wow, there are so many freaking Karibos now.
There are?
I almost can't keep track of them all. Okay, where's the relink Karibo? Alright. That's the one I needed.
You're not gonna put 3 more cards in?
I probably should have just put in Raven.
Your deck's a little expensive.
It's less than you might think. I actually have several of these cards.
Okay, but who are
That...
you lying to?
Well, I can make this. I can make this. Make that. So I have the super polys and the tour guides, but all these other stuff I already had. So I just need that one gold eyes idol. Fusion and a change of card, apparently.
Ah, son of a bitch. Insta-fusion. Yeah, no, I guess that does work with your fucking 1,000 Eyes Relinquished. Or 1,000 Eyes Restrict. What are you doing? What is that? Are you trying to put Change of Heart into your fucking deck? Mangler, Change of Heart isn't legal in this format.
Damn it, it's legal in the real format. It literally disconnected me from the call. Sadness. Alright, chat, we have to come up with our last card.
Unfortunately, chat's deader than I am. Wait, why don't you just run a fucking Regeki?
Why does everybody think Regeki is a good idea? I'm playing a relinquished deck!
Why is it not?
I want to suck them.
Okay, but what happens when that ultimately fails? Oh yeah, you can give me a sec, mate.
I mean, if it fails, I die, and if it doesn't, then I win.
Okay. What about Manju with 10,000 hands?
I mean, I'm gonna mainly be relying on the normal summons of Tour Guide.
Oh! Oh! Oh no! Is that Kaiju?
You sound like physically wounded.
Oh no! That ain't right!
Let me see if I can...
There's gotta be more cards in this archetype. I know there is. You gotta be missing something. Oh! Why not? Oh, but he's a 5-star though.
Yeah, but we'll manage. Okay, so
Wait,
I need some...
why do you only have 1 egg?
Wait, I just had to edit that, but I wasn't gonna be able to use it anyway. Wait, only one Millenniumized Idol?
Yeah, wow, I only have one in your deck.
I haven't like tested that deck so much, so I'm kind of trying to figure out ratios.
Gross. Imagine playing a deck that's not the Egyptian god cards.
Right. I'd play something better.
Bruh.
Alright, well, I don't have to search Chaos Summoning Beasts. That is excellent. So we will go for Gate of the Sacred Beasts.
Very daring today, aren't we?
Or Opening the Sacred Beast. I call it Gate for some reason. That's correct.
It's opening the Spirit Gates. You had it wrong both times. Okay, if you guys all play, I'm currently in. Somebody gonna join? We'll see what happens, because Mangler just wanted to play a little bit before he went to Dark Souls 2.
Yeah.
Since he still technically has to go around doing that. This is the silliest interaction, and you can banish it from the graveyard to get fucking Lost Paradise.
I normally would go for the draw too, but I think it's better in this case to try and
Wait, why are you banishing your actual fucking monsters conditions?
I don't actually have the fusions for that one. Like, I don't have the ability to make them.
What?
Yeah, I don't know why
Why do you even play this deck then?
Well, so the deck basically revolves around Hamon and Uria. Like, you just main deck them. You went, okay, so are we gonna go with Cerulean Skyfire or Awakening?
Do you even have Raphael in this deck?
No, I don't need him. It's mainly Hamon and then my one copy of Uria.
Oh! No! God, you're so fucking gross!
Not that bad.
Yes, it is! Oh! God, you kiss your mother with that mouth?
Oh, we playing Master Duel? Why does everyone show up and say we're playing Master Duels? I'm just playing like a few things before I go and fucking switch to Dark Souls 2. Go ahead and flip this up. I'm tired of it poking me every 5 seconds. AI doesn't know how to do shit.
Well, Hamon, Uriah are better than Raphael? No, they're not, but they're easier to work with, because in order to make Raphael really fucking shine, you have to have his second card in your hand.
I mean, you could just have him with Fallen Paradise, and he just wins by default.
Yeah, but you have the fucking trap card for fucking Uriah, and Uriah can do shit. You have the spell card for fucking Hamon, Hamon can do shit. You need the second Raphael to get the real oomph out of him.
Yeah, but like, I don't need Cerulean Skyfire to make Hamon good. I only need Fallen Paradise. Skyfire is like a nice booster. In fact, I would argue that Awakening the Sacred Beast is technically better.
Why? It literally just searches.
Because infinite life points.
Yes, but you lose protection really fast. Also, why aren't you drawing two?
I'm trying to decide what I want to do here.
You're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. I want you to know that.
Wait, hang on. Big brain.
I want you to know. Okay.
So you know, we'll do this then. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I need to get another rig anyway.
Why not just fucking search Uriah with the... Oh, I guess you're just gonna draw two. God, so many fucking pot cards. You might as well be a Californian.
Maybe I am.
This is stupid. This interaction works the way it does.
It is.
Wait, can you do it from your hand? You can't do it from your hand, okay. I don't think Wicked Sacred Beast works with the same type, does it?
Okay. I was about to say, it had all the effects highlighted for a second. I was like, there's no way.
Yeah, I was going to say, you only get one because you did summon Uriah. You did
Get rid of you. Don't need you. I'll summon Uriah in a little bit. Not that it's gonna matter. Double Cerulean Skyfire. Which apparently can negate. It can apparently negate. Oh. Well, I cannot target this card for attacks. Oh, well, that's kind of annoying. So we're gonna get rid of that.
Damn! If only you had a card you could give to your opponent's side of the field that banishes their entire field. That'd be crazy. What are you gonna do? Pop his back row? Wait, can you not target his back row either?
No, it can only target set spell or trap cards.
Ah, that's right.
So they didn't design Uriah properly.
Shut the fuck up! You don't get to fucking play about fucking not designed properly when I'm writing the Egyptian god cards over here.
To be fair, you have Slifer the Sky Dragon, who's better than any of the Sacred Beasts. I would argue he's better than all of them combined.
Who also blows up in 2 seconds if you get rid of the field spell.
I mean, good luck getting rid of Slifer when you got a special summon.
Bruh.
Slifer literally auto counters most decks in the game if he's summoned first.
He does if they have fucking monsters with less than 2,000.
Yeah, but that's like most decks in the game because you have to summon monsters that are less than 2,000 to get the beat sticks. Unless they're running like Cyber Dragons, and in which case, like they wouldn't be able to kill him anyway. So
man, I just love the fact that I can just search up Slifer super easily. Oh wait, I can't. I can't, Mangler. You wanna know why I can't? Because Konami doesn't want me to have fun. That's why I can't, Mangler.
yes.
I actually just got done buying my new fucking my new Exorcist support. 3 copies. Actually, you know what?
I don't know why I activated that.
Did
Probably shouldn't have.
Did she go down in value?
No. It's good to have a Hamon in defense.
She did not go that far down in value. She went a little down in value, but even damage, they're still charging $14.50, which is ridiculous. Also, fuck California, because they actually had put taxes on the cards, and I'm like, these taxes, they hurt my soul. So Mangler, you're very excited for the Elemental Hero Neos, Spirit of Neos, right?
No. Who gives a fuck about Elemental Heroes?
Well, you do. You play Elemental Heroes.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I played like Evil Heroes. But that was like
I don't understand the difference.
There is a bit of a difference.
Was Heroes in the name?
Oh wow! Imagine thinking like Destiny Heroes and Masked Heroes and all that all play the same.
I've literally seen Masked Heroes be splashed into Elemental Heroes and Destiny
Masked
Heroes.
Don't have
Bro, fuck out of here!
Heroes have a full archetype. They have like 30 cards.
No, they don't. No,
yes, they do. They just suck. There's a difference.
Also, I did not realize that the Earth Charmer is actually a girl.
Change this deck color. I don't like that presentation.
That kind of caught me a little off guard, not gonna lie.
Change some accessories here.
Give me Evil Hero Neos. Look, I'm just saying that I'm pretty sure Mangler was a Heroes player, and then he's like, no, I'm not a Heroes player.
Oh, did I rename this deck by accident? Oh, fuck, no wonder.
I'm just kind of happy that I can just kind of skip the next couple of Yu-Gi-Oh boxes until the Mega Tin drops later this year. Because I'm still holding out hope against hope that God card support is coming.
Ugh. There should be a more consistent version of this by now, but like,
What,
this is
Floodgate
basically
or
an
Ace of
updated
Cups?
version. What?
What, the fucking Ace of Cups or Floodgate?
No, the Necro Mill deck that I'm running. But it has been pretty successful, but it is a fun deck to lose and a fun deck to win with. Alright. See if we can win the die roll. Damn it. Lost the coin toss.
Oh, so
this deck cannot go second.
Well, maybe if you were an Elemental Heroes player.
This hand would have actually been okay going first.
This is such a garbage fucking deck setup. Why are you like...
Oh, wait. He's not playing the game. Yes.
Is this is this at least ranked?
Yes, this is ranked.
Okay,
right.
You fucking scumbag.
Necro Valley. Let's go.
I hope he fucking has fucking Dark Bribe.
Nobody runs Dark Bribe except for me.
I actually had several copies of Dark Bribe because I preferred using it over Solemns, and they were also not limited.
Smart choice if you have the right deck.
Well, to me, it just seemed like losing your life points was not worth the trade-off of the Solemn.
Depends on the deck. Some decks... Hey, you're a bastard, so fuck you. Don't know who you think you are, trying to blow up my cards.
I mean, you literally just broke his entire game. What do you do if you summon Twin Twisters next?
Oh, is that a hero card?
Oh, look at that. No, do not fucking use Trickstar. Fucking, I know what that card does. It banishes. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh,
No!
See, I'm not going to banish him. Now, will you search or will you destroy?
He has to search to be, yeah. And you're gonna, no. Why do you do this? Hey, new hits, you're still here, fucking, you scumbag. You absolute...
Now, does he have Ash Blossom? Yes! Yes! You're a bitch! No surprise! You can't make a single deck without a staple. At least I create a deck with unique fucking cards that work together under a single idea. You're just like, I have to throw in Ash Forehead to play my entire deck game, or I die. I'm like, then just fucking die. It's not worth it.
Fuck. Have you ever read Sandman by Neil Gaiman or no?
What?
Oh, Sandman by Neil Gaiman.
Oh.
So he's kind of fucked, right? Because Necro Valley prevents... Does it prevent effects in the graveyard from going off or no?
If they would move cards to a different place, or they would banish them, yes.
Oh... The fact that that card wasn't banned on release hurts my soul. Oh no! No, his DPE! His beautiful DPE! No! Oh, what's he summoning? Is it going DPE? Oh, Mangler, no! Can DPE attack spell cards or no?
I'm sorry, sir, but you have to die now.
There's my boy. I never knew how badly he's gonna pop your Necro Valley. He has to, right? He's not stupid.
It won't matter. What's he doing?
Well, he's gonna kill himself and Necro Valley. He has to, otherwise he.
Oh, smart little bastard.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you've lost. You might as well surrender now. Unless you can make him mill his deck out in time, but you have nothing unless you get like draw power at the wazoo. Oh,
what
that
is he
was
actually?
Oh wow, you actually hit him pretty hard there. Lightning Storm's gone. Fucking Mass Fusion is gone.
This is kind of why I wish I had gone first. Well, if I had appropriate, that would have been game over for him.
Let's not lie to ourselves. Ash Blossom ruined you. Oh, you gotta risk it.
Running.
He's running a pretty pure Heroes deck. Oh, was that the Biru? Wow, what a staple bitch. So you might not know what. Let's see if you. Oh, did you lose?
Is he running Ash Blossom?
Did. You just got backseat. Well, that's. I mean, you're not even gonna. You're probably not gonna win this coin toss.
Not even gonna do anything. You stupid fuck! I can always choose to draw heads if I want. You're done.
If you're even if it is 11D, would Dante still beat her? Because every damage she deals, Dante's probably equivalent to the damage she has taken. Yeah, there are options for Dante to win. The thing is, though, is that people would probably, people would say like, well, no, he just gets killed instantly. Okay, so this is where the problem was like, well, what's the win? Is he really going to target your back row again? I hate DP so much. I despise.
Probably should have killed Anaconda. I kind of want to surrender at this point because we're just drawing out the inevitable. Why is this card a thing? Please do something.
The thing I'll say about DPE is that I only know what DPE really does because I played with Newhin, and Newhin's a Destiny hero boy. Now the thing is that Destiny hero Phoenix Enforcer is pretty strong on his own, but in an actual Destiny hero deck, he's far worse. Because you know that ability, for every hero, or I think Destiny hero card in your graveyard, you lose 200 attack. Most decks can't make that work. Newhin's like, hey.
I'm surrendering. This is taking too long. I don't have the patience for this.
I have to ask, why don't you run 8 cards that banish in the graveyard on your opponent's turn, or do you?
No.
You
have to understand, this deck is very... Like, the decks I make are very loyal to their specific conditions.
Might I suggest a Valkyrie trap card, which I think will still let you banish at least one card in their graveyard?
I'm not trying to go with disruption. I'm not trying to negate their plays or anything. Like, I just prevent them from stopping my... Oh, my God. Fucking... I just want to...
Remind me to never go into a casino with you. Good God.
Finally, alright. I should be able to get it appropriate.
Now watch your hand be trash. Is that the worst part of DPE?
I just need appropriate. Just give me appropriate.
Is that the worst part is that DPE is that he can destroy your own equipped monster from plasma so you can use his effect again next turn. That's a straight Destiny Hero deck. I see.
No. But I can activate one day apiece. Yes! Yes!
What the hell?
It's over!
What the hell does appropriate even do?
Activate only when your opponent draws a card outside either draw phase. After that, each time your opponent draws a card, draw 2 cards.
So what are you gonna do if he just plays fucking Harpy's Feather Duster?
That's not gonna happen. The likelihood of him drawing that
Do you
was technically as likely as me having morphing jar in my opening hand.
listen? I'm just saying.
Oh wait. Actually, I'll just do Dark Bribe, and then I'll activate appropriate, and then if it means like
And
something,
then he runs Twin Twisters.
you're giving up 3 cards just to destroy one back row at that point. At
I
that point, I
mean,
fucking won.
what do you mean you won? At that point, you've lost the game. Does that activate your card's effect?
Yes, you fool. Yes, appropriate. Now, negate appropriate. Please do it. Disrupt it. Please activate something. If he does anything, I'll negate that, and then that triggers appropriate. And now I have everything. I have basically won. So it's revealing light, yeah. He's thinking. Dude, he's got 28 cards in his deck. This is the turn where we win everything. So we have appropriate and Necro Valley. So we have achieved
Mangler, check his
his
graveyard.
graveyard. He's got Call by the Grave. What the fuck is Child's Play? Oh god, is he playing some weird Aroma deck?
Fortress Warrior. Wow, someone who's running a random deck like you.
I bet that's your hand. What is he playing?
I
Favorite
don't.
opponent special summons a monster, gain 300 life points. Your monster cannot destroy battle while you have 10,000 or more attack. Take no battle damage. This card. What is this deck?
So the Harvest Fairy Duster? Apparently not.
We're gonna wait on that. He might have another card up his hand. Because he got his entire hand discarded. You always assume the worst possible RNG when you have Morphing Jar and present card. That was a very Starlight rare, or Starlight, super rare.
But then
Starfoil
Dante,
rare.
well then since exactly how powerful of debate and it is, it just immediately double trigger. That wouldn't really matter. The point is that like that would assume Bayonetta has win cons on Dante, but she would just be at this point technically stronger than him.
Okay, dude, how many times I gotta tell you this? I'm not special summoning. But okay, that's fine.
Damn, let him believe.
So, Cup of Ace, really silly card. 50% you draw cards, 50% I draw cards. When appropriate is on the field, it becomes 100%.
Oh, I see.
I draw cards.
Okay, yeah, I see.
You draw cards, I draw cards. Pot of Duality, because I don't want to special summon.
Is appropriate a UR or an SR?
It's a rare.
It's not. It's a rare.
Yeah, because it only works in specific decks.
What do you mean? Is it just whenever your opponent gets a card?
No, when they have to draw a card outside the draw phase, which you might think, oh, that's really easy, but like you'll notice a lot of the things that I'm doing is forcing my opponent to draw cards. That's why the effect is being triggered.
Does searching not count as drawing cards?
No, it does not.
That is silly.
If it did, then appropriate would probably be a super rare.
Super rare?
Or a limited card.
That would be a fucking 1 ultra rare.
Dude, there is literally like a ruling problem with appropriate where you could activate Dark Bribe and the card that you drew would not activate appropriate because you would negate the activation after drawing, so it wouldn't be the last thing in the resolution, so appropriate would not trigger. Oh, dude, stop being such a bitch.
What's he running? Harvest Fire Duster?
Sit down.
Wow, who could have called it?
Know your place. Which is not blowing up my cards. Actually, you know what? For doing that, I think you deserve to lose a little bit more today. How many times I got to teach you this lesson, old man? So we're gonna banish one of these to get another one.
Wait, Bayonetta's 11D. There's currently an argument for it. I've seen all the evidence for it. I don't think it's very solid, but knowing Bayonetta versus DMC, she'll get through with no issues.
It's probably not going to be falsifiable.
So what would be Dante's win cons against 11D Bayonetta? Probably like corruption, madness, inducement, stuff like that.
We're just talking like what he used to beat her. It would just be the same abilities either way.
I mean, theoretically, with the way demonic power works, Dante should be able to get like 11D power from her. The problem
Dante's already 10D, so you just have to prove he can ascend to one dimension, which demons can already do.
Imagine thinking the fruit's not at least 11D. Imagine.
Like, you have to understand the 9th dimensional stuff in DMC comes from souls, but the demon world is above those easily. And then, like, what's it called?
And then you got the spirit embodied, who's above it all. And then you have
then you have things like primordial chaos and, like, the fruit that exist above everything and viewed as illusion, including those 9th dimensional constructs. Not just the souls, but the places that exist above the souls casually.
I mean, if you think that, like, the 90 statement's legit, and the fruit by itself would already make a character 10D, and you could already argue that, based off statements for Despair, Dante could also like be 11D though, especially in DT. Yeah, like, you could just make the fruit for sure gets you to 10D. 100%. And that's assuming you can't make an argument beforehand.
Anything that scales to the fruit also gets you there as well.
Yes.
Oh, shit. I'm not... I have...
Mangler, draw the out.
Where's my needleworm?
Draw the out, Mangler.
I got rid of one of my needleworms. I kind of need another one. We'll go with that. I don't really attack with this deck too much.
Solid evidence for Bayonetta be 11D.
We haven't seen it yet.
Well,
We've seen some involving like higher.
Yeah, like
higher dimensions.
If you check the post from the Bayonetta, I think the last one there's what Fetty I think claims is what they're using, but it's stuff we've already seen.
Yeah, no, so it's like not really anything then. There's a statement for like a higher dimensional form, but there's no numerical designation at all.
Max I can get Bayo to is 7D. I don't know how you even get 7D. Like the highest you can really get Bayo is like maybe 5 or 6D.
5D at the highest, if you argue the highest possible interpretations. 2A is the most reasonable. 2A is where you can reasonably argue. You could argue her cosmology is 2A, and if you can prove that characters exist above it, then you can give them like 2A scaling pretty easily. But like that's really the most reasonable argument that you can make. Yes. Soul reversal. All right.
The hard to mention the state from the guy the other time. No, but VSB
right.
Bayo scalers are getting ready to upgrade Bayonetta. And so we saw some of the evidence they're going to be using. When we say Bayonetta, do we mean the series or the character? The character.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck about upgrading the verse. That's how you know it's kind of like very a one-dimensional interpretation. Like they're not looking for any evidence in particular. They're just like, we just have to upgrade Bayo in the god tiers. It's like, all right.
This is the silliest deck I think I've seen.
To be fair, it's not usually like this. I usually get like a decent hand.
What is your win con specifically? Just to make them deck out?
Yeah, but usually I get like 1 or 2 draw cards and I deck them out in 8 turns.
Can you do that part? The part where you actually like do what your deck's supposed to?
There we go. All right. Now, if he tries to stop me, I'll just negate any card he activates with Dark Bribe, and he'll just draw more cards. What? Was that fucking Exodia? What are you doing with it? Why do you have Necroface?
He has an Exodia deck, bro.
What is this deck?
You seem confused.
What the hell are you running?
Mangler, you only have 10 cards left.
Oh god, he's a Yugi boomer. Alright. Oh.
Oh.
If I can get Needleworm off. Yes! Card destruction. Alright, so here's what we do.
Mangler, how many cards do you have left?
Enough.
Mangler, you have 10 cards in your fucking deck. Can you really deck them out at this point? Mangler, do not deck yourself out, for fuck's sake.
I have a way to do it, but I have to be extremely fun. This is the thing that's fun about the deck. Like, it's very high risk, high reward, because if you don't use appropriate correctly, you will deck yourself out.
If you deck
so it's
yourself
either they deck out
so
or you deck out.
Oh my god.
It is the ultimate metal deck.
So the Roman Light, Harvest Fire, this Exodia, 1001 attack monster, doesn't do shit. You have definitely Yugi Boomer. And yeah, he's technically winning.
Okay, I just needed to free that slot.
I don't think you can deck him out. Oh, wait, if he attacks the face down, oh, nope.
Yeah, and then I hit him with a present card for another 5 cards, and then I hit him with card destruction. Yeah, no, I can deck him out next turn.
You think so? All right, let's see it.
And I got Trickster Reincarnation.
Okay, if you have Trickster Reincarnation, well, yeah, then you got this.
Okay, here's what we do.
Wait, Dale, I'll say put down card destruction so that way you don't fucking lose it.
Come on.
Wait, what if he negates
negate
it?
my effect? He would have to negate this because like he's gonna lose so many cards if he doesn't.
Can you negate Ash Blossom or no?
I can't, but I don't need to. All right, so if we hit Reincarnation,
oh wait! He has Obliterate in his deck. He has fucking Obliterate.
The problem is that if I activate card destruction, as it currently is, he's not really going to lose that many cards.
The problem is that you have to wait for it.
Yeah,
but if you wait for it, you can't fucking use card destruction anymore because you only have 8 cards in your deck.
I just have to wait for him to get a couple more cards.
They haven't seen the Dragon Ball Superhero yet. I saw a poor fucking Cell being fucking mutilated for other people's enjoyment.
I just need him to activate a spell card or a trap card so I can get present card on the field. Cell Max is not a good villain, he's just depressing. Alright, come on, buddy. Activate a card. Activate a card. Activate a card, I swear to God. I did run Chainsaw Insect in this deck, which was quite effective. High damage, and every time it attacked your opponent's monster, or every time it attacked your opponent, they drew a card, which triggered appropriate. Come on, buddy.
That shows how also he's weak as fuck. I thought they ultimately admitted that Cell would have won if it wasn't for them doing it.
I'll have to go with Reincarnation now. He tries to negate it. Dark Bribe. Oh, you stupid bitch! Actually, that's fine. That's fine, all things considered. Because that's
Toriyama.
not the only card I have.
Oh my goodness. Are you gonna fucking lose? You literally got everything you wanted. Is this deck still gonna lose?
Hang on.
Oh yeah, that fucking reminds me. Apparently the Straw Hats did not get a new member after all. So that's kind of lame.
I swear, if that fucker has another Ash Blossom, I'm gonna quit. Get your shit out of here. Okay. I just need to activate. No! I can't. I can't. I literally lose.
You lost?
Yeah, I did. I would have almost. I almost beat him.
You are. I am sorry. That is embarrassing. How embarrassing!
Right. There's a strategy. If you get it set up, basically you get like a couple appropriate draws. You set tons of back row, and your opponent obviously foolishly tries to blow up appropriate, and then you negate them with Dark Bribe, and then they draw, and then they realize, well, I better go about my turn and not fuck with them.
I just don't understand.
And then, you know, they just die anyway.
How like...
This is the perfect hand. This is the perfect hand. We're golden.
Uh-huh. Lost it. He did lose to an Exodia deck, yeah.
That requires context.
That does not require context. You lost to Exodia, bro. How about you Exodia these nuts? Ha! Got him.
I probably should have grabbed another Pot of Duality.
Probably. But your greed.
I would have preferred double Dark Bribe. That would be nice. Or Present Card. Present Card, Dark Bribe, and Appropriate is a great hand to have. Even if you don't have monsters. Because you just dump their entire hand, draw a card. The next time they activate Twin Twisters or something, you negate it, they draw a card, and then you get 2 cards. So you basically have gotten back your entire hand of resources, and your opponent's down like 6 cards. So you're in a pretty golden position. Even if they blow up appropriate at that point, you're just like, fuck it, I can just start anew. I don't care.
Regarding can they use the Dragon Balls to beat Moondness? No, because the Dragon Balls have a limit based on the power of their creator.
Yeah, that's established in... Well, I mean, it's also established by, like, the rules as well, but, like, it's also established in Dragon Ball Super that, like, the Shenron in particular is, like, afraid and bows before, like, Beerus' power. So anything you scale Beerus to, if it's less than what's in DMC, then, like, the Dragon Balls, by definition, would not be able to win. Wait, he hasn't done anything. Wait a minute. Is he playing Psyframes? If he activates Psyframe Gamma... Okay, no. Oh, no. He's just playing some weird, stupid deck. Okay. That's okay. Alright. Card destruction. Here we go.
Dragon Balls 2 be at best with winking?
Not really. Alright, that's the draws I needed. I am attacking with Morphe.
Although 2 should be the most standard. 2B is the most common place to put Dragon Ball at.
2B.
You think 2B is more? You think 2B is where it belongs?
No. like 2B would mean that they could blow up 1,000 space-time continuums.
Well,
when has that ever been demonstrated?
Allow me to explain to you how multipliers work.
Oh. If you're saying who puts it there, like how commonly it's put there, as opposed to whether or not it's accurate, those are two different things. I do think people put Dragon Ball in multiversal because they just think when you get multipliers that makes you higher into like tier 2, but that's not true because we don't know the distances between universes. All right. Sorry, sir, but you have to die now.
How many times do you think Liu Kang has completed chosen one arc?
All right. I need some cards that will get me to where I need to go. Which is not this. So we're gonna... Alright, we're gonna have to do needleworms like fucking crazy. I don't know what this deck is, but thank God it's trash.
Yeah, announcement as of yesterday where I'm at. I'm now 25 years old. Oh, good for you, Ryan. Hope you had a nice birthday.
I'm thoroughly convinced I have the best luck because this man has not managed to stop me yet. One more needleworm and I should be good. No, Dragon Ball has infinite timelines, but 2 formerly 18 universes. Like, I don't. That has nothing to do with the actual scaling of the main characters, because none of them scale to Dragon Ball's like. None of them even scale to Dragon Ball's local timeline multiverse, or the alternate timelines, or the entirety of the multiverse as a whole. Like, they don't scale to the alternate timelines within their macrocosm. They don't scale to like the local multiverse or the total Dragon Ball multiverse either. They don't scale to any of that. At least not in Super. I'm pretty sure the characters in Heroes and Xenoverse definitively do. But you know, those versions actually have like some good stuff. All right, do we have like hard?
Oh, son of a bitch. Do you create a time paradox and it creates a timeline in the past, but that will destroy 12 universes and the time paradox create not the entire 12 universes? The hell?
Really need to put some level 2 XCs in this deck. So in the event that I have Morphing Jar and Needleworm on the field, I can make something. Alright, I think this is the most I should do. Yeah, that should be enough to get him.
This whole universe will only be destroyed for past timeline is destroyed. Ah!
I can deduct Mangler. Oh.
So you could argue for infinite number of timelines in Dragon Ball, but at the same time, you have this weird position of like, even if there were infinite number of timelines, it scales to nobody, so it makes no difference.
Well, there are, like, Trunks' statements in the Cell Saga confirm that for, like, every decision and every event someone makes, specifically, like, Goku's decisions involving taking the Heart Virus, there's another timeline that comes about as a result of it, with its own, like, 12 individual, like, macrocosms. And it's like, yeah, no. There definitely are, like, an infinite number of timelines, there's just nobody scales to it. Because there's even Zenos in every single one of these alternate timeline continuities.
I love how the Dragon Balls have the restriction that you cannot wish someone back who died of natural causes.
Sorry. What? Was that actually a restriction? I think I forgot about that.
Yeah, so the reason they couldn't bring Goku back to fight the androids is because you cannot bring back someone who has died of natural causes.
Kind of like a bad limitation, not gonna lie.
Well, listen, I would just say that if the dragon tried to pull that argument with me, I'd have quite a few words to say to him about what's natural and what's not natural. Listen, like, that argument would not fly with me for a fucking second.
The 12 timeline universe. The 12 universes will only be destroyed for the past timelines. The past timeline is destroyed. My argument is that when even created a timeline is destroyed, but the biggest feat shown is destroying 12 universes that are the same for every timeline as the original. When did they ever destroy a full timeline, though?
Zeno destroys the timeline when they leave that world.
No, Zeno destroys Universe 7. He does not wipe out the entire multiverse in that ultimate.
I believe it is stated that he's wiping out, in the manga, that he's wiping out every single... that he's just wiping out the timeline. I could be wrong on that.
But like you would just assume he's referring to the universe in that case.
Well, the problem is all the universes don't have their own separate timelines. They all have the same timeline.
Wait, I could probably go and check it, but like I don't think that's correct because that also doesn't fit with the narrative.
Yeah, it does.
No, because he's going there specifically to get rid of a problem in Universe 7.
Yes. However, he doesn't care about anything.
Obviously, he doesn't care about anything, but his decision doesn't make sense.
Well, he's a fucking child who isn't worried about anything else around him. Do you really think he cares who wipes out the timelines or not?
It's not a matter of caring. It's a matter of it's a matter of decision making. Like he's just.
You'd have to argue the character. You'd have to argue the character's rational to begin with.
Does he not have any rationality at all?
I mean, he's got the rationality of a child, so take that one as you will. I'm just saying that the idea that he wouldn't wipe out like every single universe in that one strike, there's not really the only evidence against this. I don't think it's explicitly stated. I don't think arguing that he wouldn't do it. Well, no, saying he wouldn't do it is wrong. He wiped out 6 universes already. He doesn't give a fuck about them.
Hey, does anyone know that?
There were literally 18 universes at one point, Mangler, and then Zeno was like, "Fuck your couch."
I'm sorry, I was laughing at something else. Someone was, I think they messaged. They must have been really upset because they were just like trash. They DM'd me directly.
Oh, hang on. Which one? Oh, hello, Neil.
Hello.
I see I walked in on a Dragon Ball convo. How convenient.
In the middle of Yu-Gi-Oh, no less.
Yeah, just a simple...
My deck refuses to be consistent.
Zeno got angry, wiped out 6 universes, he doesn't care. Okay, so I guess we'll ask Neo for his take on it since he also scales Dragon Ball. Neo, Dragon Ball, infinite timelines or no?
Hell no. Why not?
That needs context.
Okay, when I mean by infinite timelines, I mean since because of how Trunks explains time travel and how basically Dragon Ball seems to support multiverse theory, do you think that because obviously each timeline has its own set of 12 universes based on Trunks' timeline. Do you think there's an infinite number of timelines there or no?
Still no.
Damn,
that would mean that
the downplay.
The thing is, Dragon Ball would have a 2B size multiverse for sure, but infinite though, nah. And
I
also,
just
it's kind of a bit contradicted by the whole what was it, the time rings and the likes, because there isn't, because the whole room isn't infinite in size and it has infinite capacity, which would make sense for something that's, well, infinite.
Oh, right.
I
It's like a
I
new
just
timeline's made. There's a new time ring, right?
Yeah, so like here's the thing. So technically speaking, Dragon Ball's multiverse is like endless, but more so in the sense that like it's constantly making universes, but it's not like infinite that exists. It's basically constant,
well,
if that makes any sense.
if that's true, there would be a countless number of time rings then.
Well, there would
Yeah.
Like
be, but apparently there isn't. Therefore,
no, there's only like a handful of them, so that'd be inconsistent even with that explanation.
hang on. Does every Grand Kai have their own time ring, or does it just Universe 10 has the time rings?
That's where things get muddy because that's never actually explained to us there.
Yeah,
We,
yeah,
we, we
they're just like, here's the time rings. You're like, oh, that's cool. You want to explain them further? No.
But what do I do now?
Yo, tell me I'm wrong.
No, that's literally it. They introduced them just so basically time paradox shit can't happen. Other than that, they didn't have even really much elaborated on.
What I specifically mentioned the infinite timelines, I'm talking about in the context of like his explanation specifically defines the timelines as being things that create as a result of possibilities,
Maybe it's not every
respect to people's
possibility that
decisions.
matters. Maybe like some of them just like fade away or merge back in over time. Like maybe.
That's not how many worlds interpretation
Well,
works.
to be
You
fair,
realize that, right?
Dragon Ball has never blatantly stated they have the same many worlds interpretation. We just assume that because that's the closest thing we have based on the evidence in Trunks' timeline. But what if, like for example, I have two different serial options on the same day? Now, by many worlds interpretation, that would be two separate timelines. But what if I do the exact same shit afterwards, regardless of what cereal I eat? Will the time like what if the timelines just merge back together and just move on from there?
I mean, that's possible. We've never seen that happen
No, no,
before.
no, no, because that would imply Dragon Ball to actually fucking explain their cosmology. But don't worry, the
I'm saying usually,
Daizenshu number 2 will solve all this problem.
I'm saying usually in the when we have evidence to come to a conclusion and someone gives a what at this point is I say textbook not in the more scientific sense but like more in the standard definitional sense that we have the textbook definition of an explanation being given us to us directly by Trunks. I am inclined to say that it is referring to infinite timelines because in order to account for every single possibility.
To be fair, you could just argue Trunks doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He didn't even make the time machine. His mom did.
I mean, that's fine, but that's not really like relevant to the consequence of what he's stating.
Your mom's
directly.
not relevant to your curse was stating.
Probably, but like, what the fuck?
I would say, truth be told, my thing on the matter is like Dragon Ball obviously has like a pretty, I would say, huge size multiverse. I mean, then again, it depends on what you define as huge. But I don't think that it's like infinite in size. Personally, for me, I personally don't. I'm not.
Keep in mind when I say this, I don't mean anyone scales to it. In fact, no one except for maybe people in Heroes and Xenoverse scale to any of it.
Less than Zeno.
Because when I say that, everybody's completely fine with accepting it because it.
Well, no, well, no. What else? Well, like, I mean, I don't even think the 12 universes. I already said like earlier. I don't even think they have a separate timeline. I think they're all just one timeline, 12 different spaces. Because that's the way the Goku Black arc treats it.
It depends. Truth be told, I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be honest. Like I've said this before that personally for me, I do have Dragon Ball at like tier 2, but I really think that I really only apply that to the top tiers personally. For me, as far as like Goku's concerned, I just have him at Universal, just straight up.
Damn, the downplay. Next, you're gonna tell me he's not a good martial artist.
Bro.
DMC3 Dante versus Moko Toho Project. I don't know what that is.
Well, yeah.
Project?
It's a bullet hell.
So, I was gonna say, so like the problem here is that like so. Assuming that things are not assuming things are not equalized, it's more than likely Dante, but on equal setting, it's pretty much just probably going to be inconclusive due to like the how you pronounce it, hooray, whatever, immortality type shit, whatever. Essentially, It is a really stupid thing, a really stupid situation, and also kind of interesting as well. But other than that, yeah, Dante's gonna win that, or just it's gonna be inconclusive if it's equal stats.
All right. Dante's better martial arts than Goku. No, that's the joke I'm making. Like most characters in fiction are better martial arts than Goku. You have to sit down and struggle to find a martial artist who's worse than Goku. Granted. No, I'm not even gonna say. I was gonna say, granted, you could argue he's gotten better in Super now, at least to some extent, but he hasn't. He just keeps AP stopping people.
He's gotten slightly better techniques, but like that's because
they gave him Ultra Instinct. They decided to get rid of the one thing about Ultra Instinct that made it special, which was the calm mind.
I mean, they gave him basically a Susanoo.
They did give him Susanoo.
Yeah, I mean now he actually does use it. I think in the Granola arc where he like
Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct is actually super fucking good for an upgrade for Goku, but it's like his only good upgrade.
I'm gonna be honest. You know how they should have given him Ultra Instinct? They should have given him something that complemented his style. What would have been perfect is that if every time Goku dodges you with Ultra Instinct, he does statistics reduction on your body and statistics amplification on his. So if he dodges you, you become slower and he becomes faster.
That would have been awesome, but Goku did get a new version of Ultra Instinct that works somewhat similar to what you're suggesting, but it does not lower their speed. So Goku got an Ultra Instinct. What?
Right.
No, yeah. So I don't know if you guys have read the chapters between Goku and like Granola or whatever. Goku got an Ultra Instinct version that actually incentivizes that lets him take damage, but lets him take a small amount of it. So think of it like scraping your like cheek and shit. Like that's the kind of hits he'd allow. Which technically still counts for the Zenkai boost.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, it's shit. It's still shit, but like let him have it. Fuck.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I kind of liked Ultra Ego a little bit better.
You want to fight?
I mean, to be fair,
you want to fight, bro?
Vegeta probably should have gotten that transformation or that technique or whatever many years ago.
Bruh.
Like, he definitely
how
needed
are you gonna
that,
talk about new transformations and not talk about my boy Drive-By Frieza?
I was gonna say, did they actually fucking? I thought that was a joke. Are they actually creating like a Black Frieza?
No, yeah, it's actually just called Black Frieza. Since Frieza Black Air Forces is a form, Frieza has gained Black Air Force energy. He's ascended.
Wait, so what does Black Frieza do?
I don't know. All he does is show up, one-shot Goku and Vegeta in their new forms, and leave.
Wait.
No,
here's a better question. What did Golden Frieza do? Aside from just being golden.
Hang on, shut up. I'll figure fuck you, I'll figure this out. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, that seems like my answer.
Shut up. I'm getting there. Rude. Neo,
I can't believe I can't reach this. Holy shit.
I think it let him control God of Destruction energy better. Yeah, I got it real. I don't know what the fuck Golden Form actually did. Yeah, no. So, have you been keeping up at all with the recent Super arc, or no, or the end of it?
The end of the Granola arc?
Yes. So you know how Granola got the power and everything, right?
Yeah, he gets the Dragon Ball wish, and then they're fighting Gas, and I think the last chapter, he basically blasts him with an attack into orbit.
Yes. Okay. So do you know what the wish was?
That he made to get his power initially before they started fighting?
Yes.
It was the wish, I believe, to become like the strongest fighter in the universe.
Yes, and then the second villain also makes the same wish, but makes him stronger than Gas by default.
Well, yeah, because he made it after.
So the reason that they didn't include Frieza is because Frieza was in a hyperbolic time chamber. So Frieza's way stronger than them, and no
On
one.
Earth?
No, there's a separate planet that's not named that has its own hyperbolic time chamber that was never mentioned until right now.
How long has he been there?
He said 10 years.
What the fuck?
Yes.
You're
now,
telling me there's another hyperbolic time chamber on an unnamed planet that just got brought up now, and it has 3 times the length of time as an improved, advanced hyperbolic time chamber that they only built recently?
I don't know how Black Air Force energy works, but
What
I
the
guess yes.
fuck? Who is writing this story?
Black Panther probably can win against Space Beerus, but gets stopped by Ultra Instinct Beerus. Okay, so at this point, Goku and Vegeta scaled the Beerus, right? Like, Beerus is still stronger, but like they are comparable now, or are they still not comparable? Because I know the guy works really hard to try and keep them apart.
Well, so they've just like stated that these characters potentially could fight Beerus. I mean, they've sparred with him, but Beerus is kind of like he's kind of like the Sparta of DBZ. He just keeps getting like retconned, and
Yeah.
he just keeps moving as like a moving goalpost.
Now Blue Evolution gets easily beat by Beerus. Alright, never mind. So he just keeps moving. Okay, I was gonna say, like, I would not be surprised if Black Frieza steps with the Beerus and is like, hey, I'm here to kill you. You can't do that.
Dude, they're gonna be like, here's 2 more transformations. You're amped many, many times. You went into the hyperbolic time chamber for 20 more years.
Well, no,
and now we fused together and then made this double-decker layered transformation. And Beerus is like, oh, finally a worthy opponent.
Well, hang on. So don't forget that Frieza only spent 4 months training to become strong enough to be gods. Remember? Like, he went from his power
That's
in the
why when you
Frieza
said
song.
he'd been in there, when you said he'd been in there for a decade, I was like, that sounds very out of character for Frieza.
To be fair, he literally one-shot both of them. He one-shot Vegeta's Ultra Ego, and he one-shot Ultra Instinct Goku. Which, again, kind of slaps the idea of Ultra Instinct in the face, because Ultra Instinct is supposed to dodge you, even if you're faster. But I guess that's fucking wrong.
That's not really how instinctive reaction works.
That is literally how Dragon Ball set up Ultra Instinct to be. It was supposed to be that the reason that if you can react without thinking, you can dodge any enemy of any speed. That was the main selling point of it.
Well, so the main selling point is that you don't have to be like on guard. You can dodge essentially anything, but that always operated under the assumption that, like, for one, you were obviously comparable to your enemy.
So this is where the manga comes in. Master Roshi, who doesn't compare to Jiren at all, is able to dodge Jiren's attacks with Ultra Instinct. And he doesn't even have a complete version. He has like an incomplete version. And it's less than what Goku has. So you now have to argue... He's literally dodging punches directly from Jiren, like point blank. You literally have to argue the difference between Goku and Frieza is greater than the difference between Jiren and Master Roshi.
This is the Master Roshi from the Tournament of the Power that just got disgustingly wanked for no reason, right?
Yes, this is why he got so disgustingly wanked.
No. I mean, aside from the Ultra Instinct, because everyone in the Tournament of Power, manga or otherwise, was disgustingly strong for no reason.
To be fair, at least like some of them got some explanation. Like Android 17 became a fucking park ranger.
I'm pretty sure Gohan was the only one that had any sort of justification, but even then, I think
Gohan shouldn't have even won the fight in his movie.
I don't even know how that fight went.
Okay, hang on. Let me read some comments here real quickly. Does anybody know how powerful Hairyu from Melancholy of Hairyu Suzume is?
Go.
It depends on what we're talking about. Because are we talking about the original novel? Are we talking about manga? Because there's actually, like the original novel version of her is actually probably more powerful than the. I am probably it just is more powerful than the one from the manga. In the manga, she already had like universal to like multiversal statements and the likes, but in like the original light novel and the likes, she has like some pretty stupid statements you can get. Like you can actually unironically get her to like tier 1 somewhere, and I'm not even joking.
Is she hot?
Seriously. Have you not heard? Okay,
I have not. I have not. Every time you guys mention a fucking name, just assume I haven't heard it unless I state otherwise, because I don't read all this shenanigans. I don't read all these light novels. Bro, you got light novels called, like, Is It Fucking Wrong to Pick Up Girls in the Dungeon? This Girl Ate My Pancreas, which actually is a title, I believe. Has nothing... She does not eat his pancreas, by the way. That was false advertising.
But if you're wondering what the tier 1 argument is, essentially she can affect the entire verse, and well, at least when she's it depends, because like you have to also remember that there's a difference between her when she's aware of her powers and when she's not. When she's not, she's just basically this passive reality warping force or whatever that just does whatever in accordance to what her desires and thoughts is. Like, it was stated that she could destroy all of existence if she wanted to, or reconstruct it. But then there was also the fact as well that, like, the verse in itself is, like, at the very least, the verse in itself is, like, what, 7D? Although you can get, like, way higher than that. And the likes, because there's the, Akashic Records, which essentially is the, bulk of the universe and the likes. It's supposed to be like this higher form of space-time and the like, so it's supposed to be like a fifth dimensional in nature, and then beyond that you have like several temporal dimensions as well and the likes. It's a very weird scenario. I have to go back and compile some stuff, but yeah, no, verse is actually way more stronger in the original novel than it is the anime or like manga.
Alright. That my canon Goku gave Frieza his ki, or Super Saiyan Frieza developed the golden transformation based on the Saiyan ki. That'd be nice, but that would imply them explaining it. Blue Evolution gets stomped. Black Frieza is canon. Beerus is protected by the plot until it's his turn. Y'all forgot Frieza still has the 5th form available. There is no 5th form. That's just 100%. 100% probably got superseded by Gold Frieza. Guys, y'all...
Wait,
what?
What does Black Frieza actually look like? Because I think I saw a photo, but it doesn't seem like his
chest, black limbs, and black face. Not like that.
So like his inner like face like area outside of the pads on the sides are like black, and then his inner, like, is it like his whole arms or just like the inner like forearm areas?
I think it's his whole arm is black now. It's a really stupid transformation.
I was gonna say that's a really weird transformation.
Hang on, let me see. Guys, y'all don't understand. Goku Vegeta has a god, every color of the rainbow. Yeah, this is just 4% of the true power. Dude, I do. Rainbow fucking Super Saiyan is going to be our last form, calling it now. Manga. So, like, 10 years
Wait, hang on. How many colors have we gotten at this point? So, we got, like, what? Gold,
Gold, red,
technically
blue.
We haven't gotten yellow.
Wait, shut up. Okay, gold, red, blue, white, purple. I believe Goku's new Ultra Instinct form is green.
Wait, he got a... Oh, God. He got another one?
I believe... Yeah, I just told you about this. The one that, like, works the same biology better. And I want to say... Well, do we count Rose or no?
Yeah.
Okay,
Because it was the Super Saiyan God transformation taken by Akai. And then we have technically Vegeta's purple one, which is Ultra Ego, but, like, still technically a transformation technique, whatever the hell. Everything that changes your hair at this point counts. Yeah, so we only haven't gotten, like, silver, and, no, we actually got black, because Ultra Instinct Sign was technically black.
No, Ultra Instinct Sign... Well, do you mean just black hair?
Yeah.
Oh. Then the 5th form cooler, 5th form is the brother, he can reach it. Ultra Instinct is silver. Ultra Instinct is white. I'm pretty sure that's white.
Well, Omen is white, but the sign, which is the original one, is black.
Captain Freeze pull blackface. It's a brother. Well, Cooler's not... Nice one. You really better not lose those souls.
I didn't lose them.
Cell has more viable to gain stronger than Frieza. Dude, if Perfect Cell came back and not this garbage-ass Cell Max, he would have stopped the verse.
What is Cell Max?
So in the new Dragon Ball Super movie, they basically make a new version of Cell.
Yes.
And that's it. It's just
Wait.
it's just a new cell that Gohan and Piccolo have to fight because they have no other enemies to fight because no one gives a fuck about them.
How strong is he?
Good question.
Wait, when does this movie take place?
After the, I don't know if it takes place after the gas arc, but it takes place after the
Tournament of Power?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's after fucking it's
Moro?
after Moro for sure. I know that. I don't know if it's after the gas arc.
Huh.
It's made by Red Ribbon Army. It's based on Cell's blueprints. Yeah, because if the original Cell showed up, he dick slapped Gohan.
In regards to your top 20 strongest SMT characters, how is Brahma above YHVH on your list? Because Brahma literally is the oneness that in which all archetypes and concepts come from, including YHVH.
Wank. Ah. Ah, my nose.
So, like, to explain a little bit more, the whole situation with Brahma and SMT is essentially that in actuality, the full collective consciousness is just a state of oneness, and Brahma is literally that oneness itself, in which all concepts or like and all things that can be considered indivisible from the monad, all things come from that and the likes. What Brahma essentially is the oneness of the verse and the likes, and basically everything if it was one unified existence, with everything that's considered existing a different division of that oneness that Brahma essentially is, which would include YHVH, who is an archetype that came directly from it. The only people who would really be above that is, well, Steven, is because, well, for obvious reasons, he interacts with the Oxium and the likes, and also, well, the Oxium because it's everything and more.
This just sounds like a hodgepodge of swarmy Cassandra. Trying to explain the Brahman.
Whatever the fuck
Yeah.
that means.
Neo might know what I'm talking about.
I
may have
do,
butchered
yeah.
it.
You say that as a joke, but like explaining SMT can be like that sometimes. It really can. This series is like way too philosophical for its own good.
Gracias. Oh.
Looks at a philosophy major. Now hang on a minute.
Son of a bitch.
It's not as confusing as Digimon. I agree there.
He said this.
Digimon has absolutely no fucking excuse being as stupidly complex as that lore is. Hell no. God damn, I hate the fact that I have to fucking go into
yellow Gatorades. You can have.
Oh god. But I really do hate how I have to go into philosophy just to explain Digimon, which it really shouldn't even be like that, because Digimon should just be about digital monsters, but no. Writers want to get all philosophical and apply these concepts that would probably go over the heads of most average readers, viewers, whatever. Like, what the fuck? Digimon versus
Accept
Warhammer.
your tier 1 Digimon.
I would unironically argue that Warhammer is actually not Warhammer. Digimon is actually a far stronger verse with the new shit that just came out of it, and the likes. It does depend. It does depend on how you go scale. Warhammer's like god tiers, mainly just the Fuck. How they leave my the Chaos Gods, and how you would scale some of the upper tiers in Digimon, because the thing is, because there already are arguments for 1A Digimon that are like unironic and not even joke worthy as well too. And depending on how you take certain statements in Digimon, you can actually get Digimon pretty decently high, not even decently, really high into actually 1A as well if you were to go down that route. And I would argue it'd probably be much higher than where Warhammer would scale out to.
Gotta say, picking the rapier has not been good to me this entire playthrough. The angles at which this thing pokes are great for standard enemies, but for enemies that are grounded, I am getting destroyed.
I was gonna say, haven't you really just been stomping down with this rapier for most of the fucking run through? Oh. Wow. Nice dodge.
How strong do you think? Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, no, I was saying, you can go and talk about this. You probably know more about Lord of the Rings lore than I do.
How strong do you think Death Battle is gonna make Sauron? Well, it all depends on if they take into account things like the Silmarillion and so on and so forth. Because even without like the Silmarillion, Sauron still has some pretty neat feats to go off of alone. But it would be kind of weird for them to just completely ignore that because it's kind of an integral part of not just Lord of the Rings lore, but also just the character in general. So it's like, I feel like if they include that, they're probably just gonna have them at like probably at most Universal or something. I don't know. That's probably the most I'd see it, which really isn't too all the ballpark. I would say that like Sauron is probably like high uni somewhere. Arguably even higher than that if you really want to be honest. You can get uni plus, but I'm not seeing any higher than that though. Really. Like I just think that he's some form of universal. That's really all I'm going to say about that.
Oh yeah. Actually, hang on, Dark, since you're new here. Don't go repeating questions. Neil has a big issue with that. So like, you just wait. If he reads your question, like he'll respond to it. If not, like, at least wait a little bit. He doesn't like repeat questions.
Thanks, but yeah, pretty much that. I don't really have an opinion on Selmac, so.
Did she just blow herself? Oh, you didn't hit her in time.
Yeah, she does that.
Is she naked?
Digimon.
No. She is not
Digimon
naked.
World 4 was fun. Yeah, it was, but I think Digimon World like 1 is probably the penultimate Digimon game, if not like top 3, honestly.
This is the only other reason why life gems are really useful. Like game. Poison.
Yeah, if you say so.
That reminds me too. I need to post more stuff in the Digimon channel because there's far more stuff than I could have mentioned as well too. Here's the crazy thing about it as well. I'm gonna get just a little bit into some lore bit, and trust me, it's not gonna be annoying. Trust me, I promise. I promise. But one interesting thing I like about Digimon as well is in Digimon, the concept of light and dark isn't literally the concept of light and dark. So the thing is within the verse is darkness is basically just non-existence and anti-creation and the likes. Meanwhile, light is literally existence and creation as a whole. And ones and zeros are supposed to represent those two that represents that dichotomy and the likes. So like the point is in Digimon, ones and zeros actually is just the two dualistic they're basically the two dualistic things that govern well the entire digital world and likes. So like technically speaking, raw data in Digimon is I know it sounds so crazy too, but I also have to post this in the channel at some point. So technically raw data in like Digimon is actually technically transdual, which is stupid, but that's a thing.
Oh, we were killing our boss. Isn't
I think
Digimon
I
just
have
a
enough
computer
tools.
card game? Or is it Digimon just like a computer game in the world?
Actually, no. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up too, because you
The
want to know
digital
something else
world.
stupid? You want to know something else funny about that?
Well,
So in Digimon, the digital world actually exists before the human world, and not only that, the human world slash real world is actually just a small, and I do mean very small aspect of the larger digital world, which is actually the purest form of creation. And I'm shit you not, I'm not even making this shit up. That's actually how it's explained in the series itself. And also as well too, data in like Digimon isn't just like data in the conventional way we're thinking of. Everything is made of data. Time, space, matter, souls, everything is made of data. Humans are made of data. Yes, like I'm not even making this shit up. I swear to God.
You're telling me that humans are operating on Windows 7 and the digital world's operating on Windows 10?
You say that as a joke, but unironically.
that's whack.
That was just the best way that I could explain it.
No, like that's actually a good way of explaining the scenario here. Essentially, and the reason why that's explained is it kind of just goes into the point. It was meant to counter the whole misconception that like the humans like created the digital world and that it's just the internet. No, in actuality, it was also explained in Digimon and I think it was both the anime and the manga, specifically Adventure manga. I forgot which one it was though, but He basically explained that the internet in itself is just a very, very small aspect of the digital world in itself, and it's just accessing a small bit of its power. So think of, if you will, think of like, let's just say, okay, so imagine if you will, you have an entire star, right? And you're just able to use like 1% of that. That's essentially the situation with the did with like humans and the internet, and like they're able to use a very small portion of the digital world in itself, and that's essentially the internet.
Whack.
Again, this is I wish I was making this up, but that's actually how they explained it in the series. Not verbatim, but that's really how they explained it though.
Zim, are you gonna check out Gojo vs. Makima G1 blog? Okay, I'll take a look at it at some point, but again, I don't really have any real stake in that discussion. I know nothing about Gojo or Nakama or fucking Makima. Just not really like something I'm too familiar with. Cyber said Makima would win in his opinion. Finally, something we agree on.
I mean, I know a little bit of, I know a good amount of Chainsaw Man because I've been reading that, but Jujutsu Kaisen, I need to actually bother to read that, which I keep saying I'm going to, but I never actually get to it. I just still do know a little bit about. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just reading. Who's Frieza gonna fight when he comes to Death Battle? I don't really know.
There's actually a lot of possibilities that Frieza could have if he goes into Death Battle, but I don't know any of them. So.
Jujutsu Kaisen Chainsaw Man is somehow very similar, if you say so. I don't know nothing about that.
Sorry, go on.
I just heard that the match was really popular.
I was gonna say, which by the way, read Chainsaw Man is actually really good. Probably one of the better manga that's been released in recent times.
I'll keep it in mind.
Whoever thought it was a good idea to give Hexers the ability to poison people from a distance with an invisible projectile, they are a sick fuck.
To be fair,
and I also love them because I like this tool.
To be fair, it's not technically invisible.
I mean, it might as well be.
Lies and deceptions of the Jedi.
I say invisible because you can't really see it after it's been fired until it hits something.
That point still stands. It is still noticeable.
After it hits something, yes.
Did I fucking stutter?
He said Goju's only win con is Hollow Purple, which they gave Makima a bunch of other win cons as well, and as a big speed advantage left my ass. By their logic, she should have won.
What the hell just happened to his spear?
I just saw it. Now, again, I'll sit down and go through the G1 blog at some point. What tier is your graphic cards in? Well, I don't know. Which one's my graphic card? I got a GeForce RTX. Is that my graphics card?
Yeah. You kind of already exposed your specs before. They're actually not that bad. They're actually pretty good.
Yeah, like I think I did it on Minecraft, or I was on Minecraft, and I'm like, oh, what the hell is my PC running at?
I forgot. You're supposed to just.
Fuck. If Neil was still here, you got a 360, not bad. Apparently I have an RTX 360.
Also, I need to play Soul Hackers 2. I really need to get that out, but also I'm kind of occupied. I think after I finish Xenoblade 3, that's when I'm going to start playing Soul Hackers 2. Yeah.
You still haven't beat Xenoblade 3? Is that like a really long game or what?
Oh, I was actually occupied with Final Fantasy 3, but also because it actually is kind of a bit long. But, you know.
Fair enough.
But by the way, I beat Final Fantasy 3 like literally yesterday.
And did you feel as accomplished as you always hoped you would?
No, I mean honestly, everyone always talks about the final dungeon of Final Fantasy 3, and don't get me wrong, without saving or anything like that, I can understand why people are annoyed by it, because it's literally a very long dungeon with no save. Because you have to remember, before Final Fantasy 4 came along, there was no such thing as save points at all. Your only save point was on the map. So imagine a very long ass dungeon and with no save points and constantly having a lot of fights. Yeah, you can imagine why. There's gonna be a lot of contentions there.
Actually, that actually reminds me. I was going to ask you on this one. I was thinking about getting the Final Fantasy IV mobile game remaster. Do you know anything about that or no?
Are you talking about? Hold on a second. I think I know what you might. Hold on a second. Give me a minute.
I'll say all I know is that it has 3D models and new cutscenes. I don't know nothing else about it. I just know it's not
Oh,
the original.
so essentially, what that is, that's basically the DS version ported to mobile. Essentially, that's what that is.
Is that any good or like faithful or?
It's actually really well. For one thing, I can definitely test it out because I literally have my DS with Final Fantasy IV in it like right now, so I can actually look at that myself. But also, yeah, it actually really is. It's actually really good.
Yeah, because I was thinking I'd play a Final Fantasy IV at some point because I know the cast of that one a lot more because of Upper Omnia, so I'm like, yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, Final Fantasy IV has. I'm not sure. Well, Final Fantasy IV doesn't have my favorite cast, but it has my favorite character in the series, Cecil, however you want to pronounce it. And actually, Cecil is actually just probably my favorite video game character in general, besides probably one certain person, but that's really it though.
Yeah, and I'm aware he gets betrayed like every fucking time he gets a new companion, usually by Cade. Still better than Mid Hackers 2. Is Soul Hackers really that bad? I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I mean,
My Phantom taunting me.
I haven't even played Peak Fiction. Oh, now that's gonna be comedy right there. But nah, I actually don't doubt it. The Xenoblade games have always been really good, especially the first one.
we all know that Peak Fiction is Devil May Cry 5, baby.
I tried to backstab him through the grate.
But did it work?
No, it didn't work at all.
Are those for the devil the same figures? If we're talking like in the mythology, debatable because sometimes they say it's Satan, sometimes it's Lucifer. We're not really.
Depends.
It depends.
Because some depictions don't refer to him like 1-to-1, and some of them do, but then some of them even treat them as like personas, not just like. And then some of them treat them as titles. It really depends on what you're referring to.
I must have missed that persona.
Scarlet, get out of the way! I'm trying to climb the ladder!
Pig Fiction's Hail Through ODST. Oh, ODST was fucking great. Great.
Dude, look at this.
He's doing his fucking best!
Just get out of the way.
Damn! I'm mad on his behalf now!
Alright.
Can you believe fucking Mangler over here? All this bullshit?
Something about me being amazing?
Something about you not treating your fucking teammates with some fucking respect!
I mean, I feel like the AI should probably be programmed a little bit better than this.
Fuck you.
Go over here.
Uh,
I don't want to deal with that, so...
just be satisfied you're playing the best Dark Souls game. Oh, the secret
really
door.
trying to start controversy.
I did not realize that there were women walking around in practically nothing in this game. It's already better than Dark Souls 3 just with that alone. Now that about the mythology characters, it's only a matter of time until we get Zeus. I still don't understand why they did some Wukong versus fucking Hercules. That still always be just a weird matchup to me.
Yeah, it kind of came out of it. Just like it didn't. Like, there's really no reason for it. I mean, I'm not complaining. It's a pretty solid matchup. It's like, yeah, no, it's kind of a bit weird. Because usually their matches have some sort of context to them or like some sort of reason behind them or yada yada.
They're just like, nah, fam. I think it's time for a real mythological battle, and you're like, yeah, because I totally asked for this.
In all fairness, that probably is one of the oldest death battles to ever be requested.
Wow.
Probably, maybe. Who knows? I'm sure there's some people a couple millennia ago who wondered how Sun Wukong would do against Hercules. Maybe.
Oh man. Oh, that was a good one. Sorry, I'm sick. Fucking Yeah, no. I could definitely see that someone a while back was like, bro, Wukong beats Hercules. Listen, you Eastern fuck. You're in fucking Greece. And here we acknowledge a real champion.
What else was like, man, I'm bored today, so fuck it. No, Hercules stomps. And thus began the debate.
Gojo got 5 votes. Makamai got 4. I'd have to see what the actual fucking Skyline retard did. The same with Kuro Sensei and Monokumi apparently in LS. What?
I've got plenty of petrified sun things now, so I should be able to drop them snugly. Get some twinkling titan.
Oh, okay. I was confused a minute there. Yeah, no, fucking yeah. We try to avoid like religion. We'll talk a little about some of the older mythologies, but like it's just worth the it's just not worth the hassle. It's fine. Yeah, I was confused there for a minute because I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? Yeah, it's just easier to fucking avoid the issue. Makes it lighter, just move on. No real fucking massive debacle discussions there. Vivi, you worthless fuck. What room though? Oh. Maybe the room's just a turn of phrase. What is a turn of phrase? Is Vivi sucking all this dick? Fucking black mage doesn't deserve to fucking exist. I'm sorry, I didn't say that.
Bro, just say that that's just the standard for how you feel about black people.
No, I just
gotta
don't.
go through all his proxy terms before he gets there. If he doesn't, then what will have been the point of making them in the first place?
No, Vivi's a black mage in Final Fantasy IX, and in the game he was trash, but in Opera Omnia he's even more trash because he burns my team apart for fucking like 2,000 HP every turn I use his best attack.
I've never played Final Fantasy, but he was trash in Kingdom Hearts 2 as well.
And you know what? It's a consistent character trait. Go figure.
You just sucked at 9. That's the problem.
Oh, I just sucked at 9. Very convenient that he was taking hits left and right. Bro, he was a magnet for every enemy's attack. I don't think there was a single attack that fucking missed. It's all like, okay, we have a full team setup, let's go. And they're like, we're going to kill that one. That one right there.
Let go of me, you fool.
Is Maynard gonna die?
11D. Mr. Satan argument.
What the fuck?
Oh, okay. Alrighty then.
I'm getting stabbed. Good lord.
Zeus versus Odin. Zeus would win between the two.
Damn, I didn't realize you were an expert in Norse mythology now.
What? Bro, what? Okay, alright.
Sounds like a skill issue, Zim. It's not a skill issue. It's not my fault Vivi's trash. Do yourself a favor and go in the dumpster with the rest of the black mages. Because
the problem... I was going to say, the problem is that, like, Odin... I wouldn't even say that Odin has better feats, because, like, here's the problem. How Yggdrasil and the likes is described as like it's actually much smaller than it's actually considerably smaller than like the actual universe is and the likes. Not only that too, but there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things as well that just kind of prevents it from that kind of just prevents him from at least being AP and the likes wise as powerful as Zeus and so on and so forth. Well, truth be told, I would say that Zeus just has
Ugh.
had the better feats in general, and we're not even talking about stuff like Orphic Zeus or anything like that, where he just literally became the universe.
Then you literally streamed the being asked mythology questions in the previous stream. Yeah, that's not religion. I mean, it was a religion at one point, but it's like not really a religion nowadays. That's different. But taking a character a different direction than the canon, a fanfiction story was more appealing idea for both the writer and the reader. Killing him off or gender swapping him? Well, how do you take him a different direction if you killed him off?
1 second.
Are you bringing them back, or are you like?
Taking the
What's
character in a different direction in canon and fanfic. I know you already read it. I'm just reading it for myself to reaffirm what the hell I just listened to. What is a more appealing idea? Killing both the writer and the reader, or killing him off, or to. I like how the last option is just gender swapping. Like, okay, alrighty then.
Listen, if you want to gender swap them, just gender swap them. Rookie versus Leon Kennedy. Is that do you mean fucking the character from the character stays dead? Well, you can't really take him a
You're
different
talking
direction
like
if
the
they're dead.
ODST rookie?
I think he is.
Okay.
Yes, because that would have to be the ODST character. Menzus can he want to anger Nixie? Whatever the fuck that is. I'll give that to Rookie.
What's the bone site there?
Not really though. Again, well, for one thing, the Norse universe is actually much smaller than the universe in
The Greek
and
Pantheon.
and Norse and not Norse. What was it?
Greek?
Greek mythology and the likes. Sorry, go on.
No. I was trying to help you help you out there. Go on.
So the thing is like the universe in Greek mythology is actually much bigger than the one in Norse. And part of that reason is just because of how things were interpreted way back then. So like the entire universe was just literally seen as infinite, just infinite, right? I mean, you can even argue that it may be or some whatever, but basically, you just saw it as infinite and the likes and so on and so forth. And Zeus has like a lot of feats of being able to affect it, whether it be shaking it with his literally just his head tilts or affecting the void of chaos. Yeah, he has like a lot of crazy stuff as well that involve affecting the entire universe, an infinite sized universe and likes.
But can he go 5 minutes without assaulting a woman?
Probably, but he just doesn't want to.
Seems like an
That's rough,
excuse for
buddy.
poor behavior.
Alright, 9 more levels. Then some affinity.
What the hell?
Actually, hang on.
Oh, so what the hell do you mean affinity?
Affinity. The spell.
What are you after, you whore?
I need the dark.
I want Black Widow Revenge come back as paranormal. At least 4D after being dead. Rookie vs Predator. Can I just say I still fucking despot Chaos Nine Realms. Zeus got captured and got rescued by Hermes.
Wait, let me just sneak inside the Iron Keep. I can get the incense there. I'll be fine. Oh wait, fuck, I have to deal with Dennis.
Oh no, it's Dennis.
You remember the guy from the Forest of the Fallen Giants with all the spells early game?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he spawns back here on the bridge.
Ah, I see. Careful,
Which
guys.
is not too bad.
It's Dennis.
Well, it's not too bad because I have Cleric's Parma, and I do have the oh sweet, I knocked him down.
Listen,
there.
I can't take you seriously if you're running away from a guy named Dennis.
Also, Chaos in the Nine Realms. Zeus got captured and got rescued. I don't see why that's really relevant, but alright.
Oh
Dude,
wait,
the realms in the original mythology aren't like universal size or anything like that. If you're trying to go for that, that wouldn't matter. The entire 9 realms in Yggdrasil are what make up the entire universe and the likes. So like,
he's still down there.
so like the universe. So like, and keep in mind too as well. Hold on, so let me find it real quick. Let me just go find it real quick before I say anything.
have a Dark Souls character named fucking Dennis. Oh no, guys. It's... I just can't go over that. You're worried about fighting a guy named fucking Dennis.
One second.
Whoa.
Mangler, careful. She's stabbing you.
Why does she have this extra long range attack thing? So stupid.
Also, Neo, have you played Three Hopes? I'm actually gonna get that this week.
Oh, that was rough.
Nah, you're fine.
So, okay, here's the thing. So, okay, technically Norse's universe is like, it's not, okay, so I guess saying it's smaller than the universe is kind of a bit underselling a bit. It's more so its universe is very weird per se, because the universe is like divided into 9 different sections, the 9 realms. So like the 9 realms themselves are what make up the entire universe, or different universal sections and the like. It's a bit weird. And like and then again too, there's also like somewhat different interpretations of it, and like, but still the general notion here is that like the 9 realms themselves are just different sectors of like the universe, or what make up the entire universe of like Norse essentially. Like many of these different series treat the 9 realms as being like different universes or like different locations, but like in the actual original source, all it just is just like 9 different sectors of like the universe that make up one whole construct.
I'm going to a thing in a few days to get a job and I'm nervous. Why are you nervous, mate? Got no reason to be nervous.
Alright, let's do some incense. Oh, damn it. Some asshole over here.
I feel like that's just your standard response to anyone in Dark Souls.
Oh no, I need Simpleton Spice. Do you have Simpleton Spice, good sir? Actually, hang on.
The worst they could say is you didn't get the job. Nah, the worst they could say is they could call you and be like, you actually assaulted our employee. Now it's time to die.
You're like, well, this is gonna be an eventful afternoon.
When they're like, the worst they could say is no. How many degree gods are universal? Yeah, I'll indulge it too well.
Where's Carillion? Give me those souls. How powerful is Ornos and Percy Jackson? Ornos is kind of featless. And Percy Jackson, like, you just see Percy talking to his father Poseidon, and he's just like, I have to prepare for Ornos. And you just see this guy pulling along, like, I think he's being lugged underwater by a trail of snakes. And Percy just remarks that he's probably intimidated by it, because he knows his father's like worried, and he's just like, yeah, that he looks stupid. You'll totally kick his ass or something. He's like, yeah, and then later on he like fights him in battle, and Poseidon does beat him because he shows up later to beat Chronos, but we don't know like how powerful Ornos is.
In other words,
We could just we just kind of assume he might be like comparable to Poseidon because he's at least able to hold him at his palace for a period of time before he joins the rest of the gods in the Midwest when they're fighting Chronos during the battle of the last Olympian. That's really all we can determine.
yes.
Okay, I just missed I missed a whole lot of questions. I was literally doing something. So okay, so the gods of Percy Jackson are actually surprisingly kind of strong with this. So like, if you remember, I forgot which book it was too. But if you remember, I believe it was Hera who actually was able to cause a supernova in the lakes out of like, what was the reason for it? I think it was out of like sort of jealousy or something like that. I have to find the exact page or whatever. But basically, Hera was able to like cause a supernova in the lakes, essentially. And
I was just explaining that like
oh.
insofar as the characters being relative to one another, Ornos was kind of a little bit feetless because he just or not oh wait, Ornos or Oceanus?
Ornos.
Oh, actually no, him too. He's also kind of feetless. His feet is dying to Chronos. I mean, I guess he still gets like some cosmological stuff, but like Ordos does not get mentioned like at all in Percy Jackson. I mean, he does get talked about, I think, like once or twice, but you basically get told the same thing about him that like everyone is told about him in Greek mythology. That it's like, oh, uh, Zeus had to fight his father just as Chronos fought his father Ornos before him, and it's like, yeah, we know the story. It's the same thing in Percy Jackson.
Mm. How many Greek gods are universal? Literally almost all of them. In like Greek mythology, a lot of gods like scale relative to them. Not even just like the big free ones. Like a lot of them are just very comparable to one another in some way. It's very dumb.
Percy Jackson holds the cosmos in the books. He does hold up the sky. I'm just trying to remember what they interpret the sky to be.
No,
In like
that's
Percy
that's
Jackson.
probably a feat from the later series because I think it's Percy Jackson. It's then the Heroes of Olympus, and then it's the Book of Apollo, which I don't know if the Book of Apollo has Percy Jackson in it.
Well, so in the Titan's curse, he specifically holds up the sky for a period of time. Annabeth does it too, and so does Luke.
I look up Royden verse, and the first thing it gives me is versus Battle Wiki. I know.
Yeah.
I actually want to know what's the actual like Royden verse this time.
Prepare to die, good sir. Whoa, damage.
Cause he literally fucking whatchamacallit? Cause a fucking Rick Royden has made bank on fucking
Percy Jackson.
well, just the idea of making teenagers into a fucking mythos. He literally took because he did Egypt, he did Norse. I don't think he did the African one specifically, but the guy flies under his banner, so like it's effectively his
Wait,
verse.
Wait, what do you mean Egypt and Norse?
Wait, did you not know? He has
So
a
I only went as far as the Romans, which was the second series.
The Egyptian storyline was going on during Percy Jackson. They do have a crossover book with each other. I've never read it.
Is it mainline or is it like
It's
side
King.
content?
It's King Chronicles.
The Kane Chronicles, thank you. Well, yeah, so basically what Rick Royden's verse is all the gods basically just coexist with each other.
Well, yeah.
So
Well, actually,
that includes different pantheons.
Well, I was gonna say I don't know how. Well, the Romans they handled very differently because they handled the Romans as like a separate persona of the Greek.
You're never unless you start your series off assuming there's gonna be other like mythologies put in. It never makes sense when you add the other mythologies.
Well, I think the Roman one was actually done intentionally because technically, well, the Romans and Greeks effectively have the same fucking gods.
Wow.
Like the way they literally describe them in the book is that they just like they're the same gods but not quite. They have different personalities, different attires, but like at heart, like only one of them can show up at this particular. Like they show up in these personas at this time for this reason, and it was the weirdest thing.
Basically, when the god's asleep, they become their fucking other version.
Yeah, and it was weird because they also technically closed off the Empire State Building, or more accurately, Olympus, during the events of the sequel series, because the gods were just kind of like a little bit stuck up after they realized like, hey, we needed help from the mortals, and I'm like, dude, why you gotta be such a bitch?
I mean,
Just accept the fact.
I mean, it literally got to the point where they were literally going to lose everything if it hadn't been for the demigods. But they also only were going to lose everything because of the demigods.
Which only happened because of the gods.
I mean, yeah, you can boil it down to it's the god's fault to begin with, but it's like, why the fuck would someone like fucking Chronos back, you know? Fucking
I mean,
Luke.
just looks at Hermes over here refusing to be a father.
Maybe Luke should have been a son worthy of having a father.
Oh my god, dude! I think Hermes literally, or not Hermes. Luke literally goes on the. Doesn't he go on the labors?
Yes, he does. No. He gets upset about that actually, because he gets upset that his dad didn't give him an original labor.
I was under the impression that he went on at least one of the labors.
Yes, he went
And that's
to
how he got the scars.
Yes, he went to steal the apple from the garden of whatever her fucking name is. However, he was mad about that. He was mad because someone had done it first.
Oh, I think I remember.
No, yeah, it was only one of those petty moments. Cause fucking like literally Percy Jackson's like, hey, that's pretty hard, bro. Hercules did it. He's like, exactly. Someone else did it. It's like, bro, get the fuck over yourself.
I always remember. Actually, I'm starting to remember now. I remember, like Luke just being a petty asshole the entire time, and then Percy's just like, man, this guy's a prick, and it was like, yeah. He's like, why do you still stick up for that asshole?
Annabeth, I get you want his dick, but could you be a little reasonable with me here? We need to make a special donut for Mangler stream, something like you screaming over to his avatar as he struggles with controls. He stays in the back, waiting for him with her legs spread. Why is everything so horny with you? But keep that in mind. Actually, dude, I'm probably gonna be.
Ornos would jump when he was killed. I don't actually remember. Neo, do you remember if Ornos gets jumped, if he gets like surprise killed in the Percy Jackson iteration of Greek mythology?
I don't remember that happening honestly, but I could be wrong.
I was gonna say I'm pretty sure he just dies the same way, like he's just killed by his son. With it. Oh wait. Oh no. So there is one detail that I think is different. So in the story, Ornos is killed by, I believe, his own blade. He's sliced to pieces, and Chronos inherits that blade. And then that blade later on he uses against the gods in the battle. And then when they seal him up in Tartarus, I think they either shattered the blade or at least they hid it away somewhere. And somehow the blade was then reforged into, what was it called? From Backbiter, which was Luke's sword.
So you say somehow Palpatine returned?
Yes. Reject Ornos, from my knowledge, was only overthrown due to Chronos, due to him being tricked by Gaia and Chronos fighting him into a weakened state with 4 other Titans with Gaia, and Ornos, from my knowledge, is also stated to be the fellow Titans in his form in the original.
No, Backbiter is a sword. Backbiter's
Yeah,
a sword
I was gonna
that
say,
gets turned to a scythe later.
yeah, he gets Backbiter at the end of the Lightning Thief, and then I believe he has it until the very end of like the last Olympian, because after Luke is like possessed by Chronos, Chronos basically like ascends the blade after some weird rituals, sort of like, well, I say off screen, like you see them happen, but they're happening in like Percy's memories, because like every time Half Bloods go to sleep, they're just like, I see visions of the future.
You think that would
um
not be a problem for fucking Children of Helios or fucking Apollo?
no, no, seriously, like after a while I'm wondering, like, do these kids need some serious mental like, what happens in between books? Do they just have normal dreams, or do they just have like dreams where they see like normal people doing things?
Yeah. I'm not
Sounds
even
like a
gonna lie.
massive invasion of
Oh, sorry, go on.
privacy. Go ahead.
I say I'm not even gonna lie. The only reason I even have as much knowledge about Percy Jackson as I do is because I remember back in I remember way back in elementary we had to weed through the entire series. Mm.
Yeah, when I was in third grade, and that was when The Lightning Thief and Sea of Monsters was specifically read to me. And I think it by the time of fifth grade, they had dropped the Battle of I got the Titan's Curse later on, and then by fifth grade, the Battle of the Labyrinth was a thing. By my sixth grade year, The Last Olympian was a book that was published, and then I left the series alone for a while because I was like, oh, okay, that's probably the definitive end, whatever. Left it
Yeah, because
alone
that's
for like a
where it
good
fucking
five,
should have ended.
let it alone for like 5 or so years, and then I realized, oh, there's like two more books, and then the Mark of Athena came out, and I was like, which to be fair, I'll still say to this day, the Mark of Athena was one of the best Percy Jackson books. Period.
I
It was
remember.
so fucking good because they
Annabeth's
made
knife. We're
like
gonna do
two
Luke
great
by.
casts of characters, and
Annabeth's
literally like,
knife is not Backbiter. To be fair, that's just the cursed blade. Very, very stupid fucking way to get out of that full fucking
I'm trying
prophecy.
to remember what was her knife called.
I don't think it was called Backbiter.
No, no, Annabeth's knife.
I don't remember. Is Percy Jackson ever stated who's stronger, Zeus or Jupiter? I think they'd be equal in strength regardless.
Yeah, no, they're just Jupiter's just a different persona of Zeus. They're different, basically like avatars, or well, I guess not avatars, is that like they are the gods, but like they're, think of it
Yo,
as if
yo,
they're,
that's crazy. Speaking of avatars, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm trying to decide where I want to go.
Motherfucker, go kill the old
I
Iron King!
I guess the best way
I
of
don't
saying it,
want to
they're
go through the
different.
old.
They're different faces of two. They're different faces of the same being.
I think you could definitely argue that the fucking that the fucking Roman guy would probably beat the Greek one, only because the Roman guy is literally stated to be way more warlike and militaristic.
Ares Roman like form was one of the coolest things. I remember in like that second book, because what's his name? He's like this Native American dude that has like some really cool like weapons or whatever, and he's in the Roman camp, and his father basically recognizes him, and he gets adopted as, or he gets claimed as a son of Mars. And his father, I think, is like, he shows up and he's like basically a giant like toy soldier with a huge gun.
Yes.
And I'm like, this is perfect.
Yeah, because so basically the difference is that the Greeks are more lax and chill and have adjusted more to modern society, which makes sense because the Greeks are more known for philosophy, knowledge, development of thought, stuff like that. And the Romans were all militaristic, organized individuals.
They were very like super tight-lipped about living. Like, if you go to the like the Romans, I'm pretty sure they just make it abundantly clear they do not flaunt their power in any way, shape, or form. Whereas the gods, The gods and Percy Jackson are some of the coolest characters in the series because they fit so perfectly into their world. They don't feel out of place at all. Like they feel like they've been living there forever. Everything feels so natural, and they love living there.
Haven't you been
They
here
feel like
before?
real people. Wait, what?
Haven't you been in this exact cave before?
Yes, but I have to kill a rat.
Why don't you just go continue the game story?
I have to kill the rotten. He's one of the bosses.
Then go kill him!
I'm getting souls.
You don't need souls to kill him! You need a sword!
And you think I'm gonna get a sword by...
I'm sorry.
Oh, wait,
I'm sorry. Is that a fucking giant dildo in your hands over there?
Going off a character to make the surrounding character develop and self-perfect, see how they be like, and give it away. Call that a death. Can
Don't
actually
you
happen.
ignore me.
Is that a statement or a question? I love that they outsource some god and other myths.
Oh, actually, that actually reminds me. Since I got most of the people here, hey, if I were to play XCOM 2, would you guys want me? Would you guys want to like mod it or no? And would you guys want like the like super silly mods that change up the game, or would you guys just rather have like just mods in general?
Mods in general sounds pretty interesting.
Well, because the thing is, like, yeah, because there's a lot of mods made by people that are meant to look like they belong in the base game. Like, you got stronger mutons, stronger sectoids, you know, like, just ways to make the game better. He's saying it's a point. And then you have the crazy shit where some asshole decided to sit down one day and modded every enemy in the game into a Star Wars Empire unit. No, it looks good. It looks good, but I'm just like, you're probably not compatible with the other mods. And then you have all these mods that add Cerberus for some reason. And yeah, that's Cerberus from Mass Effect 2. They have like an entire fucking group of Cerberus soldiers, and I'm just like, what the fuck?
Percy Jackson full power Chronos versus Typhon. The novel actually kind of the book kind of already answers it for you. They say that Typhon looks like a playground bully in relation to Chronos. So like that kind of already gives you an idea of just how much more powerful Chronos is in relation to him.
Which is funny because like I distinctively, they say that, but like I distinctively remember Typhoon fighting the entire Greek pantheon and Chronos in Luke's body struggling with just Percy. Now, to be fair, he was using a mortal body. Well, okay, I say mortal with quotation marks because he did skinny dip in the river Styx. So he wasn't exactly mortal at that point. But so was Percy. So it's just two immortals literally fighting each other. But
can you play Cult of the Lamb? Probably not, because I don't really feel like buying it. I'm somewhat what you call a broke bitch.
yes.
For some fucking reason, that game did not appear in fucking Game Pass. Yeah, bro, that's $25. You're asking a lot from old Zim there. Yeah, because I recall correctly, this game is actually a game where you create your own cult. It's basically Animal Crossing, but for cults.
I'm sorry, that just sounds funny.
Well, no, like, you play as a lamb, and your entire purpose is to create a cult for a dark god, if I recall correctly.
Bitchin', how we do.
We start with sigils, and we start with the lamb that fucking floats up in the air when reading a book.
Perfect. This is getting better and better.
Super sacrilegious across the board, but yeah, I mean, if it was on Game Pass, I'd give it a try. Chronos is not full power in Luke's body. I think Percy even references.
No, he's not. That's literally the part of the plot. I'm just making it clear that he is technically immortal while he's in it, and he does have a lot. He does have a lot
To
of
be
his
fair,
power.
so is Percy. Remember that Percy had the curse of Achilles at that point. Like
Yeah.
the only reason he could fight at all was because he had the curse.
Well, actually, he does. He does specifically point out like he could fight Chronos for a long enough time. The issue was that Chronos kept time stopping him, and that every time he'd kick him, because he fought Chronos without the curse. He just specifically pointed out that while he has the Achilles curse, basically his weapons would just bounce off of him because he's basically like when he was kicking him, he described it as if he was kicking a refrigerator. Like that's what it felt like. Like he would just kick him and there'd be like no stagger. So he could outplay Luke
Percy
specifically, and he was
also
actually
chose the worst spot to put the fucking hole in of where your weak spot is.
what, his armpit?
No, Luke was his armpit. Percy was
First, the small of his back.
yes.
I don't know why. Like the armpit was actually a smart thing because you can't stab someone in accidentally under the
Well,
armpit.
no. Remember, if anyone touches that spot, you get a jolt of power and you feel weak as shit. So all someone had to do is accidentally brush against his armpit, and he's fucked.
So you get a jolt of electricity. You don't feel weak, but it's like a shock impulse. But if you get stabbed or you take damage, that can kill you.
Well, so I was gonna say, like, how bad does our own biology affect that? Because I know a few body parts. I'd rather have that fucking I'd rather have that part be a part of. No one would suspect it. I promise you. Hey, so I was kind of in a mess because of a question here. How do you scale characters that are in a video game center focused universe like SAO, for example? You would only scale their feats if they're in the game then, unless otherwise stated. Like, for example, in Sword Art Online, Kirito can fight someone who can destroy a sun in the game. So you would argue that Kirito in game, at least in that game, scales to like star solar system level, but you wouldn't scale that to like Kirito outside the fucking game.
Mangler rank every Bleach arc. In what way? Due to my enjoyment, or how I would like just write their specific writing.
Like you're pulling killing your character off is taking him a different direction in a way that also affects both the characters and the events of the story. Yeah, but it's a little bit of a cop-out way to get character development. Luke being a petty bitch the whole time, that he still has a hero soul, question mark?
I mean, there's probably a couple good ways that you can kill a character off. I actually saw one recently when I watched the
Better Call Saul?
No, the Planet of the Apes trilogy.
Boom. Watch good media.
Dude, that was like one of the best fucking sets of movies I've ever seen. Like,
you disgust me.
what was wrong?
Yeah, I was gonna say regarding Percy's hacks, I don't recall him having too many crazy hacks. I think the best thing I remember is that in water he gains a massive amp and he can heal his wounds.
In water, he's very difficult to kill because he can breathe underwater. He can heal, I think, like low, mid, like he can heal burnt, scars, bruises, burns. He can heal essentially anything. Like even if you hit him with magma or even like molten fire, because there's points where he's inside of a volcano and he has molten fire chucked at him. Well, once he gets thrown into the water, he's like, yeah, no, all is good. Like he can get insane amounts of like heat resistance and like temperature resistances and things like that. And then like he gets tons of like I think it's basically described that like when he's in water, he essentially has infinite stamina. Because the water always rejuvenates him. And it also always protects him. And he also never actually gets wet.
Yes.
Percy technically does prove the answer of is water wet, because we do know. Well, we can't exactly figure out the answer to that question. We can't determine that Percy himself will never be wet.
You could argue his durability also scales to Ares because he could take blows from Ares during their fight. It's just that once he gets the water, he can actually like fight.
I mean, it kind of depends on how you want to scale, like Riptide,
That's true.
because Riptide doesn't scale to him. It's like a specific weapon that was given to him, but like it's not made via his own power.
Yeah, but like, if I recall correctly, Ares punches him, but he still survives that.
I mean, yeah.
Is it
Sure.
got my way of giving characters development even for fanfiction standards? I do not consider fanfiction as lesser writing material in the same way I wouldn't consider a parody or an abridged series to be lesser material. I think you can do a lot of work with something that's established. I think I just want to make it clear I would not consider it in the same vein as making your own actual, well, story. Where do you scale machinimas? Well, that depends on the machinima. Hades
Switch to something
hacks?
else for a little bit.
Not too sure.
Just for a little bit.
I know he has the keys of Hades that are death manipulation. And beyond that, I think he also has the Helm of Darkness, which lets him face through everything and also be invisible.
Yes. The Helm of Darkness was really silly. It was so silly that it basically was a plot device.
Yes. Well, no, because then he also gets the Stygian Iron Sword, but it has one of the keys of Hades, which, according to the side story, instantly kills anyone who touches it.
Oh yeah, didn't they explain that there were 3 different types of metals? That there was like Imperial Gold,
So it's, I think,
Olympian,
No,
Celestial Bronze,
Celestial
Imperial
Bronze,
Gold,
Imperial
and
Gold,
Stygian Iron. Yeah.
Which, let's be real here, there's probably like a few more now the Norse pantheon involved in shit, but like, yeah, those were the 3 ones the Greek and Romans used.
What was even the unique properties of Imperial Gold? Was it just the Romans' version of Celestial Bronze?
Yeah, it was just their version of it. Although, to be fair, I think his name was James, or Jonathan's coin was no, it was his name Jonas. Zeus's son's coin I think is more unique than the pen Percy has.
Zeus's son.
Well, so Zeus's son had
Jason.
Yeah, Jason. Jason had a coin that would either be a spear or a sword, depending on what side of the coin it landed on. I feel like that's a much better weapon than just Riptide.
Didn't they fight each other in the Mark of Athena?
Yeah, you gotta have your obligatory protagonists of both fucking sides of the story fight each other to show that they're basically comparable. Although, let's be real here. All we know that fucking Jason did is that he killed one of the Titans with his bare hands. But he did it with the Legion helping him attacking this, like, the temple. So
I'm gonna be honest. Like, the only reason they even fight each other is because I think they're under mind control during that scene.
Yeah, but like Percy has so many better like fucking feats to work with. Granted, the problem is like his best feats are just literally when he gets the fucking Achilles, curse of Achilles.
Yeah, but like if you actually watch his fights with the Titans, when he's fighting Hyperion, he 1v1s Hyperion without like he does it with the Achilles heel, but he never takes a damage. He never takes like any significant like blows. Whenever he's fighting 1v1s and he's not like tired, he's generally able to beat people without taking like hits. And like the House of Hades is kind of like the perfect example I see of this, where he goes and fights like basically everyone in Tartarus. He fights like every single. I think he fights like some of the enemies that he's killed in previous like novels.
Yes.
And he fights like Nyx and everything, and he kills them without the Achilles heel.
Yes. No, like that. That's why for me, I'm sorry. I know you're trying to build up Jason to be this like super powerful guy, but like you're not going to convince me he'd be Percy if I get out of here.
It's just like man, we're so happy to have him here, and
you
then
got
Annabeth and Percy just drop into hell, and Percy's like, all right. Finally, a worthy opponent, and spends the entire game just kicking ass.
He literally becomes, and that's also protecting Annabeth from all the curses she's like being inflicted upon her. Because apparently Annabeth's just a fucking magnet for curses.
I was gonna say, like, she's literally. I think Tartarus has like all forms of like fear, madness. And
yeah, and so
they're literally suffering so much fear, and he's like, all right, I don't have time for this. I'm just gonna fucking kill you.
Yeah, and then Percy's like, all right, Annabeth, how are things going on your end? Percy, where are you? Oh, did Calypso curse me? Shit, I'm an asshole. Well, anyways.
I just know that even if that's true, if I kill this thing, no more curses.
No, like he literally has like madness resist. Like there's probably like I'm gonna be honest, House of Hades probably fucking buffed Percy's resistances up the fucking wazoo.
I didn't realize that at the time because I was just like, oh yeah, maybe he's just like really afraid. But then I was like, wait a minute. If they're mythological creatures, aren't they inflicting fear manipulation and some stuff? Like,
hang on,
because like he fights like so many different he fights Nyx, and I think he fights someone else. He runs into Hyperion and I think the Minotaur, and he actually kills Hyperion again. Though Hyperion at that point is inside of like a birthing pod thing because.
Hyperion, don't take this the wrong way, mate. I don't have anything against you. You just happen to be in my way again.
Well, so basically, what they describe is that when Titans or people go to Tartarus, like when they die and they go to Tartarus, they're in like inside of like a respawn area essentially.
Yeah.
And he sees the Titans inside there, and he's just like, yeah, you look like you're almost fully formed, and then he just destroys Hyperion again.
Listen, I should deal with this now before things get out of hand. Hang on, let me read this.
He literally spawned, killed him. He was like, no, I don't want to deal with that.
Not again. Percy's just a whole other level compared to our demigods of the series. Yes. Is Sandman Netflix good? I've seen some clips, but I've never read the original Sandman, so I can't tell you.
Why actually? Hold on a second.
I'll say Neil's right. Oh, watched it. Go, Neil.
Okay. So Netflix Sandman, I need to finish. That's the problem. But I will say this: read the original comic. Do yourself a fucking favor and do it, because I've said before that Sandman is probably my favorite. Comic of all time, and the likes. And not only that, but it's also widely considered by many to be one of the best. Which I also agree there. I think it is the best.
Is Hyperion at full power? In House of Hades, no, he's on his respawn timer basically. So in Percy Jackson, if you are so much like in the original Greek mythology, depending on how you die and what life you live, you're either sent to the Fields of the Apostle, Elysium, or you were sent to Tartarus. In the case of the Titans, you're mainly sent to Tartarus because
Tartarus is not specifically the third area. It's the deepest part of the third area.
Well, yes, but like
I think it's just called the Underworld or Fields of Punishment.
No, so they specifically described that they went to Tartarus.
They
don't go to the Underworld.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, like, you broke up the Underworld in 3 different areas, but Tartarus is not one of those 3 areas. Tartarus is specifically for the worst of the worst and the monsters. It's not technically for your standard people who don't make it elsewhere.
No. I know that. I'm saying like that is the main area that we see specifically for like the worst.
No, yeah, like literally the most terrifying place in the entire mythology, and fucking Percy and Annabeth, while tired and shit, not only survive it, but they do a pretty damn good job.
I was gonna say they're on like a mission after the course of like I think days and days worth of like sitting on this giant like freaking
they're literal
experimental like this aircraft carrier thing. Like they're traveling around like the during the Mark of Athena all over the country to do these various jobs, battling like every other day. And then I think I don't remember, they end up fighting somebody. Then they end up landing in this, like they're basically so they're looking for this statue that's supposed to basically symbolize this point in time where the Romans and the Greeks were fighting together against the giants. Yes. And they were doing this to bring peace between the camps.
Yes.
And they succeed in fighting the statue, but when they get there, essentially what happens is that they fall through the cracks in the sides of like the room.
Yes, and because then Percy and Annabeth go to Hades or to fucking...
They fall all the way to Tartarus.
Yes.
Like...
All right, hang on.
What?
Oh, I was saying, let me read some more here because this is a lot more complicated. Mangler died. I mean, I think I told you, Zim, a while ago how I write a fanfiction about No CMI along with other guys, in which we did a retelling Naruto story for the Kage Summit, where I stopped. Yeah, again, fanfictions are just like kind of just like they're just kind of It's kind of like building a game, like it's kind of like Mario Maker, where you can build your own original level, but it's what pieces they give you. I already read it. I just don't want it to ruin my memory if it's bad. So I've heard it is a different story from the original Sandman, but it's still overseen by Neil Gaiman, or Gaiman, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but we'll call him Neil. It's still overseen by the original writer, because in order to use the characters, you have to have the writer's express permission. I don't know how the fuck he managed to work that deal in. That seems a little absurd. For context, Sandman works with a family of outerversal DC beings known as the Endless. Again, I still do. What?
Let me explain it.
Go ahead.
So essentially, okay. So the whole story of Sandman is we're working with these different. So you have these everyday concepts, these everyday ideas that each formulate reality, and each has its very fundamental place in reality. You have death, you have destruction, you have destiny/fate, you have dreaming, delirium, and desire, and what was it? And it wasn't the name isn't depression, but it's basically that. So basically, these different fundamental ideas are these living beings, literal abstract ideas that we interact with, that we like are basically following. So like the story is a lot more cosmic in scale, but the thing about it is, despite its scale, it's one of the most down to earth and one of the most just really thought-provoking series, like just out there, just period. And one of the more fan favorite characters is Death of the Endless, or just Death, Lady Death, whatever you want to call her. She has a lot of names, but she's probably like one of the more fan favorite characters as well. And again, all of the characters are really good in their own different unique ways and have their own different philosophies. And like, listen, Sandman is just really good, and just explaining it doesn't really do it justice. You just have to actually read it to really understand just how good it is.
Yeah. So it works with what Neo explained about the family of the Endless. The thing is, though, and this is where this where it trips me out a little bit, is even though those are DC characters, you cannot use them without the express permission of the original writer of Sandman. I believe that's when they first appeared. I could be wrong on that one.
Yeah, so that's not even just the case with Sandman. It's the case with a lot of Vertigo characters, really.
I don't understand how the fuck that works. Oh, what was that again?
I was gonna say I didn't answer the Hyperion thing. Actually, I just explained House of Hades. So Hades, like the Hyperion that he fights in House of Hades, is on a respawn timer. Because that's in Tartarus. Basically, if you've gone there, you essentially respawn inside this little bathing chamber area somewhere. I don't remember exactly what it looked like, but it's he sees him essentially as he's walking across this area where he sees a lot of his previous enemies reforming, and he just destroys the chamber because he's it's better that I don't let you form again, because at that point he was almost fully healed. But then there was the original fight that they had in Last Olympian where he fights him on one of the bridges, I think in Lincoln Tunnel or something, and Percy kind of kicks his ass. He kind of tosses him around with his own portable hurricane, and I think he establishes that he can't kill him, but Hyperion can't do anything to him at all. And it's not specifically just the mark of Achilles. It's he just can't beat him he cannot beat Percy in a straight up fight. Percy has too much power, his swordsmanship is too good. And the specific thing that ends up beating Hyperion is that they bring in a squad of satyrs that all use what's it called?
Earthen magic. Yeah, they basically encase him in fucking or no, they don't encase him, they turn him into fucking plants.
No, they do. They completely encase him in a shard of plants. He's I am Hyperion, and they they cover his face, and Grover's you are a very nice oak tree.
Well, no, like what I'll say is like they don't technically like just cover him up because I don't think the Titans ever stated they need to breed, and yet in regards to that, he's dead after that.
Yeah, he dies.
Yeah, so
he literally dies on the bridge.
Yeah, so it's more accurate to say they probably just turned him into.
Also, well, it's also kind of funny they technically all pass out afterwards because apparently like
I mean,
one of the nice. Well, what were you gonna say?
They literally turned the Titan into a fucking tree. I think that's a lot of fucking power. You need to do that.
Well, so this is one of the things I actually like about how like Percy's kind of magic system works is that like the consequences for using like a lot of magic power is that you can output something way beyond your capacity, but it drains a massive amount of your stamina as a result. So you can technically seal things that are way stronger than yourself, but you'll pay like a heavy price for it.
Out the Percy Jackson show with all the books and like the movie. Well, you know what? At least the show also fucked up the Annabeth casting as well, because the movie also couldn't get that right either for some reason.
There's a show too.
There's a show coming out on Disney Plus. No, like I don't understand. Is it really that hard to find a blonde girl anywhere? Just give her contacts. This isn't towards the show, mind you. I don't. I'll talk about the show later, but the movie also fucked up this casting until the second movie. Like, how hard is it to...
The second movie technically fucked it up because it already established her hair was a brunette.
No, like that's exactly my point. Is like, how hard is it to keep that one trait of the character consistent in a movie? You know, like just give her blonde hair. Like, if you want to avoid the gray contacts, fine, but like give her blonde hair at least. What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's all you need to do with Annabeth. Like, you don't even need to make her like super Well, actually, you probably should make her like pretty well grounded, but like. The blonde hair is like super iconic. Like that's the thing about her. Like
that's
so I say. So I say it in the context of the books because how they identify her scene to scene is specifically with her hair.
Well,
lot of
that's where the TV casting kind of becomes like a little interesting, but go ahead.
A lot of it is shot from like Percy's perspective, so like I get it, like how like when his main companions are Grover, literal satyr, and then just Annabeth, who's just like a human girl. Like obviously they're gonna need something to distinctly like identify her. But like he does get other companions throughout the series that have like different hairstyles and whatnot, and like she's the only one that's given that blondness essentially.
Yes.
So that gives her a sense of uniqueness of like identity, right? So you can't like not nail that.
Well, would you like to know who was cast for the TV show for Annabeth?
Who?
A child actor named Leah Jeffries, a African child with big curly black hair.
Huh?
I don't think any wig can cover that up, to be fair. So, once again, Annabeth will not have blonde hair.
No. I feel like they did a better job of casting Clarice in like the second movie.
So, what I will say...
nobody likes Clarice.
Clarice is not fun, but she's alright. She served her purpose well.
Well, no, she like whoever like Riordan wrote her like spectacularly, but she was written to be disliked because she's like that's part of her character.
Yes, because that actually her casting caused a massive or at least a bit of it caused backlash during when her casting was announced because Percy is basically a Hispanic kid by the looks of it or some kind of Latino kid.
Sure.
So, like, a little tan skin, but, for the most part, just tan black hair, which is what Percy, I think, is described as in the books. Let me check and see what how Grover looks. Because Grover is... Well, let me take a look at this.
Wait, so what do they cast fucking, what's her name, Clarice to be?
Let me see here if he's been cast yet. Oh, my apologies. Grover is the dark-skinned individual, even though I think Grover's actually like more fair-skinned in the books. What does Percy Jackson look like?
Percy's in the books?
Okay, so the guy who's gonna play Percy Jackson is a ginger.
I'm getting so many visual images.
So this one's blonde. Here, let me send this to you. Or no, I'll just put it in voice chat text. So this is Percy Jackson's actor. Fuck, he might have been a better Annabeth, all things considered.
He seems a little young.
Well, to be fair, the first Percy Jackson book I think takes place in middle school.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forget that technically they in the Percy Jackson movies they have him play like a high school Percy when he's like 16, 17 years old.
Which is definitely a smart decision if we're going to, try and like hit a bigger crowd.
I mean, yeah, but yeah.
Let me see. Chirin is... Who the hell is Electo?
Karen? Or Sharon, whatever his name is.
Yeah, I don't really fucking...
Electo.
Yeah, do you remember who Electo is? And this is Annabeth's actor.
I gotta see this person.
That's Annabeth's actor for the movie. Or for the TV show.
I'm gonna be honest, they fit the role based on like what they look like. No, Percy didn't have blonde hair; he had brown hair.
Yes.
And Annabeth didn't have black hair; she had blonde hair.
Yes. Yeah, no, there was a controversy on the casting choices. Rick Royden himself was a part of the casting calls, so he chose these. He approved these actors. Which begs the question of either A, does he not care to like keep it one-to-one with the source material, or B, were the other actors just so like outperformed by these like couple of people that there was just no reason not to have them?
Or does he have some other ideas up his sleeve?
Is he gonna perform a better version of J.K. Rowling's rewrite?
Well, I'm saying like, is he gonna just like because I doubt. Like, that's the thing. If he were adapting it, I doubt he would make it completely one-to-one. I don't think anyone would want that. Like, that's not the point of an adaptation.
One of the biggest complaints about adaptations is they're not close enough to the source material. I think that's just going to be up to a personal preference.
Well, so here's the thing. They have to be close, but being completely one-to-one kind of, like, ruins the point of an adaptation. It's supposed to do more than just that.
The reason why director cast the characters to be high scores instead of middle scores because he was tired of working with child actors from the first 3 Harry Potter films. Wait, did the guy who made Harry Potter 1 and 2 fucking make the Percy Jackson movie? Damn, what a fall from grace.
Wait, like the... Oh, the first one?
Why do you keep quitting the mission?
I wanted to do damage.
I'm tired. Alright, Neo, you take care, man. Thanks for stopping by. Always a pleasure. No, I was gonna fucking sit there and like just ask the genuine question, like. Yeah, no. I do remember that there was a controversy around it. Obviously, her skin color was a big factor because these characters are described within the books as. Are you okay?
Sorry, I had to sneeze.
Oh, okay. Bless you. No, yeah, because I do remember that was a controversy that Annabeth's actor is obviously not what Annabeth looks like at all.
Yeah, she's white in the
she's white, blonde, and gray eyes, which I don't even think they're gonna commit to the gray eyes because it's child actors, and I don't know if you can like try and
yeah. Dude, I freaking forgot she had gray eyes.
It's literally her second most iconic feature.
I know, but you know it when you're reading the books, but if you haven't read them in a while, you just assume like, oh, she has like blue eyes, but it's like.
Well, Percy has like fucking, I think, sea green eyes. So like, my question is like, are they gonna digitally change the eyes in close-up shots, or what are they gonna do there?
They probably will.
Because I was gonna say like, because I doubt they're gonna force child actors to wear something they don't want to wear. I don't think you can technically do that.
No, you probably shouldn't either. It wouldn't cost that much to account for that.
Well, it depends how many special effects the show's going to actually have. Like, how much of it's going to be digital or not. Why America always insert African Americans into the mix?
I mean, African Americans live in America, so.
I think he's kind of asking, like, why is it every time a character gets race swapped, they get race swapped to an African American? You never see a fucking race swap to a guy who turns into Chinese. Dude,
often,
even the
but
Green
for
Hornet, they almost fucking recasted Bruce Lee's role to a white guy until fucking, I think it was fucking Jackie Chan or Jet Li stepped up and was like, no, I'll do this role. Don't fucking recast it.
What is Green Hornet?
Hey, why they race swap redheads 20+7? Yeah, but to be fair, redheads are like, especially because most redheads that get swapped are usually women, and it's very hard to find a ginger that's stereotypically attractive the way redheads are drawn in fiction. No disrespect to the gingers out there, but most redheads do not have all those freckles and shit going with them. Redheads are probably the most unrealistic body type to acquire. Wait, you can block bullets with that?
Oh, block them with what?
With the fucking Void Slash.
You can block anything with Void Slash. Well, you can. Okay, so you can stop anything with Void Slash.
Well, no, like the bullets literally have an animation of hitting the Void Slash and stopping. Oh wait, so yeah. So it's not that the bullets stop, they just get frozen in place and then they just, lose their kinetic momentum. Does you have a problem with the casting? Yeah? She's not blonde. She doesn't have gray eyes. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I don't want to be that guy and say Annabeth was white. I'm going to look past that, but like, unless the trailer comes out, she's blonde and has fucking gray eyes, yeah, we're going to have a problem there.
The blonde and gray eyes thing, like, you just saw that with a wig and something, and you're good to go.
Yeah, see, that's the fucking problem. It's like, that was my message with the first movie. Like, give her the fucking... Because they give her the gray eyes in the movie! She has the gray eyes!
No, but see, then they got blonde hair right for one of them, but they gave it to Percy. It's like, Percy doesn't have blonde hair. Percy has brown hair.
Adaptations will change things. In fact, one of my favorite animes is Fist of the North Star. Rao in Fist of the North Star's anime is a tall, dark black man. But in the manga, he's a white guy with blonde hair. And I still prefer Rao in the fucking anime to Rao in the manga. Because he just looks cooler in the manga. Or in the anime, not the manga. It makes it more unique. And it also adds more, like, differences between other characters. My issue...
Go ahead.
I'll say my issue is just, like, if we have a confirmed description, because mangas at least, they don't really have color panels, but if we have a confirmed description, and you're not going to keep the race color or the race the same, you got to keep the other features the same. Otherwise, why are you adapting this?
You got to keep, like, whatever their most iconic features that are, like, intrinsic to the character. So for Percy and Annabeth, that's definitely... For one, their personality. For two, specific forms of, like, I'd say some forms of their attire. Not really, but kind of.
Just give them the orange camp half blood shirt. We'll be fine.
Well, no. I mean, like, Annabeth needs her baseball cap.
Yes, which guarantee that's probably not going to show up.
Dude, that, like, her invisible cap is literally, like, one of her best features.
Watch it be a Harlem fucking 80s cap.
I mean, it could be any kind of cap as long as
as long as it's like a front back cap.
Well, as long as she can put it on her head and it turns her fucking invisible.
All right. So she walks in with that pimp fucking hat with the flower and everything.
So you're probably casting for a person that could just dye his hair. I mean,
you can just give him a wig. You can just give the Percy actor a wig. The problem with the Annabeth actor, she has a big fucking head of hair. She's got some big hair on her. Like, she's got like it's out there.
Yeah, like
you can't put a wig over that.
Wait. Do they have one for Grover yet?
They do. Here, let me show you who Grover is.
I'm trying to remember what Grover was described as. I think he was just
do you want me to put the pictures alongside the actors right now afterwards? Because I could just go those real quickly.
I think there was a actual, like,
no, there's official drawings of them. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Let me show you Grover, Percy Jackson, official.
Dude, he looks so, like, so tiny.
So this is what Grover looks like officially. Hang on, it's processing.
Because I'm remembering them at the end of, like...
That's Grover.
The last... when they're like 16, 17.
Actually, no. I think this one is actually Grover.
Part of it might all...
I think this is the one, the official book you're talking about. I think that's his artwork from the book you're talking about.
Things that have been lost to us.
Here's more or less what Percy looks like in context. This might be new artwork because I don't recall this being the actual official artwork from the book you're thinking of. I'm English guy right now. Yeah, they actually got fucking gray eyes right. What the fuck is Mangler doing down there? Oh, I said, Mangler, what the hell are you doing down there?
Oh.
Just leave Discord and come back real quickly because you are lagging a little bit. Witcher for Guild of Eagles is a Yennefer lookalike then in the Netflix show it's not? Yeah, adaptations will change things to some extent. I want a problem with the Annabeth actor as long as she's good and gets the personality right. I can look past how she looks. Well, I guess to that question, would you be okay if Black Panther was a white guy? Like, so this is one of the things about race swapping that a lot of the critiques of race swapping will always bring up is that it's usually just the Caucasian to white skinned characters being race swapped, and usually when you try and bring up the other example of like, you know, using an extreme example like Black Panther, welcome back. Black Panther's a white guy, no? Okay, then you should then if you don't think Black Panther should be if you have an issue with Black Panther being a white guy, you should have an issue with characters who are described a specific way not being like accurately casted that way.
Yeah, Grover and Percy kind of look exactly like what they thought they did. I think Annabeth had a more like. I think she had a much more classic photo that was given to her. That it draws her a little bit younger. I think when she's like 13 or 14 during the second of. Hang on, let me see if I can find it on Google Images.
Do you want to talk about my boy Leon in the Resident Evil series? Is the Shang-Chi actor a French guy? Because, let me take a look. Simu Louis is from China. Or Simu Liu. Yeah, he's Chinese. But even then, like, he looks similar to what the comic character looks like. You don't have to have the race 1-to-1. Especially if the guy looks like the character he's supposed to be playing as. I think that's when you can definitely make some leeways here. Yeah, because he looks like most of your common Shang-Chi. You know, it's been a while since Percy Jackson was ever being white ever important to her character. So this is where I have to ask, do you want black white people?
I'm having a lot of sketches in front of me. This is not the picture that I remember. There was a specific book that was given for like
No.
sketches, which I think the Grover one of the Grover pictures that you posted was correct. Like the second Grover one.
Yeah, the
This is
second
the
Grover
one that I was
one
thinking.
is the original official one, but I think they got new artwork for the Heroes of Olympus.
Yeah, they got new artwork. So there's two official ones for Percy and Annabeth that you didn't have. Those are the ones that I'm referring to. I would recognize it the moment I saw it.
You gotta take a look there. Yeah, Athena's a Greek god and not an African god. Black, white people, you're gonna have to clarify that more, Zim. So the problem is when you're like, is being white important to their character? No. But so then, if you race swap them, nothing matters at that point. You now have a black character who's acting like a white person. Black people have culture. They have roots.
So this is kind of why you have to start adding like elements to the character to identify it that way. Otherwise, it's just like it doesn't really turn.
The problem is that, like, so if you're gonna keep Annabeth to her original fucking personality, you can't really do that if she's black. Because she should have more culture than that. Because as far as
I'm gonna be honest with Annabeth, it's not really a problem because all she does is like sass and insult Percy like every scene. Like she literally just sees him. He's like, "You snore in your sleep, a seaweed brain." Like she literally comes up with new ways to just poke fun at him all the time. I feel like a black girl would easily be able to do that.
and why,
That'd be rather.
you wouldn't happen to be stereotyping black women to be very sassy now, would you?
No.
You just
I'm
did.
just saying in my experience.
In your experience? What is your experience, Mangler?
Most of the black women that have been.
Damn! Just keep digging that hole. Okay, all joking aside, though. So the Greeks do not give DNA to their children.
No, they actually directly state that Greeks don't have DNA.
Yes.
That the gods don't possess DNA, which is actually a really smart decision on Rorden's part for him to just state that within the first book. He's just like, why are some of these kids dating each other? Aren't they technically like in the same family? Like, oh no, gods don't have DNA. And like, what do you mean? Like, well, so if you have like a god has a kid with someone, but you have a kid with like well, let's say you're from the Poseidon's cabin, right? And you're his son, and someone over there is the daughter of the Apollo. Even if Apollo is like the nephew or something of Poseidon, that's not going to affect you because half of the genetics aren't getting caught through that birth anyway. So you're like actually in another line's worth of another line worth of a family branch away from each other. So you'd be like instead of being like second cousins, you'd be like third or fourth ones. So it'd be far enough out where it would be appropriate. And he's like, huh. Interesting.
Okay.
They basically explain, like, it's far enough to where it would be, like, socially acceptable and it wouldn't have any sort of genetic, like, ramifications. So they are, for all intents and purposes, they're...
So Frederick is described as a... so Frederick's actual skin color is never given, but given that Annabeth is white, he'd be white. That being said, if Annabeth is black, he'd be black. You can make that swap pretty easily there. That's fine. The problem, though, is that, like, okay... What?
What the hell is Frederick?
Frederick is, I think, his older brother. Or, no, Frederick is Annabeth's dad. So...
Yes.
Okay, so basically, Annabeth's dad is never actually described with the skin color, but since Annabeth is white or...
Wait, is he the guy that, like, is he the guy that had that full-blown... like Civil War, like
yes,
reenactment setup. Oh my god! I actually know for one still that I couldn't forget because it stood out like a sore thumb.
The oath does not apply to the Roman gods. That only applies to the Greek gods because they're the ones who made the pact. Yes, it's important, even if it really doesn't have an impact design-wise. It's important as it is a key to recognition of the character in terms of traits and overall visual impact. Yeah, you hit right there. It would be important to the character's image and stuff and the visual impact. That's why the point I'm trying to bring up is like, so the argument that does their race play a factor. This is where I'm gonna have to be a little rude to Caucasian and white people here. Much like your guys' food, what culture do you guys have? Except for Texans, you guys have the culture of guns. Good. A real good American culture, Mangler. You should be proud of your heritage. But no, like seriously, like what culture do white people have? Like realistically speaking, what does a white person have that genuinely cannot be like is cheeseburgers? Nah, they're better in Mexico.
So this is the problem with how we define white. If we just define it as the distinction given after post 1920s, then technically that consists of like everyone from like the west coast of the United States to
all right. Let's make this a little easier.
The east end of Europe.
Let's make it easier. What white Americans actually have culture? Because the book takes place in America.
So like the west coast to the east coast, which is a lot of different people.
Then why couldn't Zeus continue sleeping with the other women then as Jupiter? They don't know about each other. They're vaguely aware the other one exists.
Yeah, I was gonna say so think of the Roman and the Greek things like their what's the term? Like they have
it's a split personality.
It's like an asynchronous multi-personality disorder.
We got Florida man.
Basically.
No. Florida people are not white. They're Floridians. they don't fall into categories. You listen. You could be Cuban, Mexican, black, whatever you are in Florida. You are no longer. You are a Floridian.
You could be an alien, a different species.
You would be Floridian.
That's different.
Well, once you're in Florida, you living in Florida for at least 3 years. You are no longer a part of reality.
You have exited outside of our laws and our world as a whole.
The concepts that bind the rest of us have no application to a man from Florida. The Greek gods.
Have a split personality. Yes.
Well, to be more accurate, I guess it's a second personality that just takes over when they're sleeping that they usually come out.
They're literally just have multiple personality.
The point is when you're race swapping a character, this is one of the biggest problems with race swapping, is that it's lazy. A lot of the times it's a white character who gets turned into a black person, but it always feels like this was just a white character as a black person. It never feels like we have a new black character.
What is your favorite movie? What favorite Planet of the Apes trilogy movie? I want to be honest, it's kind of jumping between like Rise and Dawn. Because Dawn is really good and very sad. But then Rise has some of the most iconic moments in the series.
Yes.
I kind of watched like 6 hours worth of Planet of the Apes last weekend. It was rather cathartic.
just how a weekend binge of Planet of the Apes. I mean, to be fair, there are black people who act white. No, there isn't. No, there are black people who you think act white, but if you were going to... Is Mangler trying to No Damage's boss fight? Are you trying to No Damage's boss fight?
Yes.
Okay, I was wondering why you keep playing. But if you were to put them side by side, they talk differently. They actually like, their speech patterns are different. The way they're friendlier a lot of the time. They're also a lot more charismatic on average, I would say.
I'll
let you decide which side I'm talking about.
Is that if we just identify white as being anything with like white skin, that would include literally everyone from the west to the east coast, and that includes people of like southern, midwestern, northern, and like eastern accents and like cultures. So technically, you're talking about a giant melting pot of people that you can choose from as an example. Pretty sure I can find a black Southern dude that's not that different from like a white Southern dude. Change up his accent a little bit. Maybe ask him to do some like physical body motions a specific way.
Wow.
Food at a
So
certain
all
time.
these years in the
Probably
South
get
still
him.
wants to put on their shows.
No.
Are you gonna put a poster and tell everyone to come watch too?
It's not that hard to mimic someone's lifestyle. It's really not that
No,
difficult.
but like the problem that at that point, no,
It is not difficult.
the problem is
to
that like
plagiarize the South.
no, I mean like yeah, Mangler, I looked it up. Percy Jackson around this got weakened, then jumped by Chronos and 4 of his brothers.
Oh.
No, the point I'm trying to make though there is like why make the character like why go for a black character at that point? Because at that point you're just getting a white person who's just like what character like because they're rated differently. They are at the end of the day they're usually rated differently. And
I would assume because they wanted to try something new with the character, but I'm just saying like there's potential for it, but like it really depends on if it's being done correctly. Because if Rorden's behind it, I'm assuming he specifically had some ideas in mind.
well, no, that's why I'm saying like either A, she was just the best actor for the role, which is entirely possible. Again, we haven't seen the show, or B, he just tried to one up J.K. Rowling.
Why would he want to one up J.K. Rowling?
To show who's the real king of fucking young adult fantasy.
Was that really ever in doubt?
Maybe there was just no blonde white girls available with Disney's money. Get out of here.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Also, again, like she can just wear a wig. Like the hair color can be dealt with relatively. Hair color can be dealt with relatively easily.
The skin color is fucking irrelevant. The main features that she needs are the blonde hair and the gray eyes, and the baseball cap.
Mangler, you telling me Black Panther's skin color is irrelevant?
The baseball cap.
Mangler, I want you to tell me Black Panther's skin color is irrelevant to his character. I want you to tell me.
That's a very different example.
Yeah, there are white Africans. There are white Africans. Tell me his skin color doesn't matter.
There are, but that's not the point.
Tell me his skin color doesn't matter. Say it.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't. There are white Africans. It's just an African culture character. Say it.
No. Equivalency doesn't have anything to do with the Black Panther being black. Also, Wakanda doesn't even take place in South Africa. What the fuck are you on about?
Well, is there imagine using a white character being raised in Wakanda, that child will not survive a second there? Isn't Raiden a white African? Yes, he is.
I'm pretty sure he's from what's it called? Fucking, is it Libya?
Let me take a look and see.
What is it? His origins mentioned in Metal Gear Solid 2.
He was hang on. Fuck, I don't know. I gotta go to the Wikipedia page.
Why do I suck? Or the Planet of the Apes is my favorite. Yeah, all of them are pretty good. I felt War was a little different, but like I didn't have enough time to really like gauge my feelings with Dawn of the Planet of the Apes because I enjoyed the movie so much, and I immediately started War right after I finished it. And I had like last weekend, I had already seen Rise of the Planet of the Apes. I never saw Dawn or War for the Planet of the Apes until last weekend.
How strong is Percy AP? Not too sure. I haven't read the books in a while. Listen, all I'm saying is that casting calls should always be like for accuracy of the source material. When you kind of ignore the source material, it kind of gets to the point where it's like.
But then we have to discuss what the point of an adaptation is.
Well, the point of an adaptation is adapting a brand work into a new medium, usually. And again,
so I'm referring to the events because, like, so if they were to write like a TV show about it, I would be fine with them doing it justice and going like one by one, but like it's entirely possible that they could change some elements of like not the story, but maybe like
Well,
certain events specifically.
actually, funnily enough, because this has been a discussion previously as well, because at least with Disney, or not Disney, but like this happened with Marvel, with Domino in Deadpool 2. Because Domino in the comics is a abnormally pale woman with a black domino spot in her eye. So what they did for the movie, which I think this was a smart casting choice overall, because they turned her into a black woman with a white domino spot in her eye, which is so much easier to work with. She still looks like a domino, just not, your standard domino. She looks like an inverted domino.
Because I know what a domino is.
They took our God Chicks Dim. They took out Ring God Queen. Well, so I was actually going to point out, too, in Sandman recently, Death in Sandman, unfortunately Neil's not here to talk about this, in the TV show, Death is a black woman. In the comics, she's a pale God chick. Like, and the problem is that she's not white in the normal sense. She's pale. Both characters I have just mentioned are pale, corpse-like, or abnormally white. It's like literally casting the Joker as a black man, and just that's it. No makeup, no nothing. That's literally what they did. Which actually, can't think of it. Let's get let's get that one guy from Breaking Bad to play a fucking hyper smart Joker next. Some people just have shit taste, I know. No. Again. So adaptations can change shit, but I feel like if you're trying to adapt the source material faithfully, you should do it faithfully. I'm not saying changes can't be made. I'm not saying all changes are bad. Again, bringing up the Rao example, they turned Rao into a big, strong, fucking dark-skinned individual, and I think he looks better in the anime than he did in the manga. But you really should be respecting the source material to its full extent. Even if you are the writer, it's still kind of a little silly to then you wouldn't respect your own source material at that point.
I feel like it might just be the actor situation. Because I don't think you'd be trying to go that far from it, especially if you went out of the way to get someone that looks like Percy, because you're probably just going to end up having him wear a wig anyway.
Well, probably because you can't fucking race swap Percy the way you could do a different character without people giving a lot of backlash. Main characters usually have this sort of little protective circle around them where they can't be changed too drastically from their original forms. If all around looked way more intimidating, less from the color scheme and more how they play with the shadows and brightness to enhance how menacing it looked. Yeah, it's true. The point is that, again, you should be faithful to the source material first and foremost. Domino is fine. It's like make Clayman into plastic. Yeah, the issue here at the end of the day is and it's also that it never goes both ways. It never goes both ways. Imagine if live action Naruto casted the Raikage as a fucking just white Asian dude. There would be an uproar everywhere about it.
What do you mean? Naruto characters are technically already Asian.
You know what I mean, Mangler. Again, that's one of the criticisms a lot of people... And also, it's wouldn't you guys want original characters instead? I know that's kind of one of the arguments a lot of people bring up, Black Frieza. They literally turned Frieza from white and gold to black. He's literally ascended to his live action form.
Pretty sure that was done for a different reason, but okay.
No, it's all making sense now.
I think Toriyama literally is just trying to find every single color and plaster it on his characters.
They should have just made fucking pink Frieza. I think Frieza pink would have worked out better.
That would have been too hilarious.
Oh, you know what? You want to talk about race for a minute? How about Wesker in Resident Evil's Netflix show got turned from a fucking iconic white blonde man, and Wesker's appearance is iconic, to Blade Jr. The actor's not bad.
I don't watch Resident Evil.
hang on. No, dude. I appreciate them bringing the original outfit, but fuck me, man. He does not look good in that outfit.
Yeah, I still need to find that. Fucking thing.
I mean, to be fair, I heard he was actually the best part of the show. To be fair, he's not even the original Wesker. I thought he was. I thought they said this was the original Wesker. Wesker in the Resident Evil 4 movie was fucking great. Wesker in Resident Evil 4 was probably the best fucking casting choice they could have made for the character. His face is a little off the money, to be fair, but like he looks very much like the original character. Again, if you're going to cast a character, cast them to look like the fucking character. There's no reason not to do it that way. A character's design by default is iconic to themselves. You can argue that the race doesn't matter to the character's writing, but they were created like this, and this is what people recognize them as. There's no... unless you genuinely just can't do it, maybe like the actor's like way fucking better... But, like, still, it's like, come on, you should be a little fucking one-to-one what people expect it to be. It's Clone Wesker. But that's the problem, Sam, with the, hey, do original characters, they all fall off in the same stuff. Dude, for God's sake, one of my friends thought it was a play movie.
You know who they need to nail is Dionysus.
Oh, do you want to see what Dionysus looks like? Actually, I think they...
I think I found the original... These were the original images for Percy and Annabeth.
Actually, I think
initially.
Dionysus does... I don't think this is the same guy who played him in the movie, but this is who Dionysus is going to be.
I think if they trim up his beard a little. This is what Percy and Annabeth were initially supposed to look like at 12 years old, which Percy is okay, Annabeth, like, it's kind of what I expected. Grover's, I think, was probably the most accurate, though he seriously looks like he's packing a smoke or two. He looks like he's ready to roll a blunt. It might just be the hoodie, though.
You mean the Rosferata hat?
Yeah.
You uncultured swine. I bet if he had a gun, you could name what gun he had.
AMC really ruined Hulk at this point. I don't really plan to see you to bring back Hulk. If you think it ruined Hulk, you clearly have not read any of the Hulk comics.
No, they made him into a joke. Even if you believe Smart Hulk's not that bad, which he wasn't in Endgame, he did become a massive joke after the fact. Make Blade Caucasian, let's see the outrage. Yeah, no, I don't think Blade's race actually plays a factor into his character because he's just a vampire hunter and that's it. But again, at that point, why not just make a
keep that same energy?
No, keep that same energy. No, like, see, that's the thing is, like, at the end of the day, it's like, listen. I don't mind the race change thing on its own. I just mind the fact that you know damn well if this was in the opposite direction, there'd be a massive fucking backlash about it.
Well, so like, the example that I can give for, like, race changes where it's actually, like, pretty unique to the character would be, like, James Bond, for example. Where James Bond is specific. Well, okay, so James Bond is a little bit tricky because technically, no matter what, he does have to be British, at least.
I think actually a lot of James Bond's actors were not British. I think a lot of them were either Irish or.
No. you mistaken me. Like he has to have a British accent.
Oh, okay.
Like he has to be able to speak. Like I don't think the actor
Okay,
itself
okay,
has.
but what if I let a guy from Boston play him? That's a Boston accent. That's close enough, right?
No, you're mistaken. Like when they try and audition for the role, they have to have a Boston, like they have to have a British accent ready. Like they don't have to always speak that way. They just have to have like an acceptable one, obviously for the audition.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what they look like. And so people thought like, would it be cool for him to be like a black dude versus a white dude? It's like, well, it doesn't really matter like what race he is.
60 years of iconic imagery and 60 years of a consistent character style for what the characters look like, but it's not important to the character at all. He just looked the same for 60 years.
The entire point of 007 is that he is just a secret agent.
I mean, the problem with boiling a character down that far is you can boil any character down that far, and at that point, no race matters for any character.
If you actually watched any of the 007 movies, you cannot make that comment because they did not make it. What they make it a point that's important about Vaughn is the fact that he's like a womanizer. He's like the best secret agent.
No. The point I'm trying to offer here is that I can make the same claim for characters of other races, and that's that, and yet people would still be vastly upset at those characters. Like Luke Cage, for example. Why can't Luke Cage be white? Why not cast Luke Cage as a white man?
I mean, Luke Cage's struggles are specifically tied to Harlem.
What? Are you saying white people don't live in Harlem?
I'm saying it'd be rather out of character.
There are literally white people and Mexicans who I think live in Harlem. Why can't he be one of those?
Yes.
So why can't they literally go through the same discrimination? At least Hispanics do in that area. So why can't it be Hispanic?
I understand, but they're not associated with that area.
They're not associated with that area.
Okay,
damn.
So when you think of Harlem, do you think of
no. Okay, fine. If we're gonna play this card, when you think of England, do you think of a black person? No, you think of the Queen of fucking England and like King George and shit. You think of white people. Yeah. So then James Bond should be white then.
No.
There's actually a Spanish Harlem then? Yeah. No, you literally just said Luke Cage because black people are associated.
There's a complete difference though, because how James Bond is being portrayed isn't just being British. There's specific elements from his.
No. I want him to accept his standard. Because if he's again, James Bond, the character traits are very important to the character. That's fine. I respect that. If this were a character who had 1 or 2 movies,
okay.
Fine, but he has 60 years of history.
You gave me an example that was completely fine earlier. Fucking Blade.
Yes.
You could race swap him and there'd be no difference.
And yet, so if you go, well, actually, I think he does actually have some indication, but no, okay. But so that'd be fine with you, but you don't want to be fine with the people who think this is fine.
I think his mother has him born in like a hospital or something, but like I don't think this.
Why is there a specific hospital black people are born that I'm just not aware of? Is there like a specific hospital all the black people go to be born?
There's nothing significant.
Actually, this is a stupid question. Did Blake get turned to a vampire or was he born a vampire? Like, I actually don't know if he got turned to a vampire at some point. Yeah, was he born or was he turned into a vampire?
What happens is his mother is bitten, and she's brought to a hospital, and she dies, I guess. But he's like she gets bitten, and she's pregnant with him, which is why he ends up having like a partial portion of the virus, but he's able to walk around in the daylight.
Yes, he is a daywalker, if I recall correctly. I remember that from the third Blade movie.
He does have to take like a partial injection, I believe, is part of the plot of the movie. He has to take an injection to make it so that he doesn't go. He doesn't hunger for other stuff, for blood or anything.
Okay,
so in every film, in every fucking film he does this. Wesley Snipes like, man, it's gonna get serious, and then he gets put in this desperate situation, and he's like, "Oh,
hey,
crap.
Don't you go insulting Wesley Snipes."
And then there just happens to be like a female sidekick that's located within 15 feet of him that's injured. He's willing to help.
Wow.
And it's just like, hey, drink my blood. And it's like, no, I can't do it. Oh wait, but I'm gonna do it because I've done it for like 3 movies now.
How dare you? Anyways, So let me read
I
some
just say it
comments.
because it's a stupid quote, but it is very funny.
Zim, question: what if there was a kid who looked like I had bad, but she was way worse than the actor he chose? No, I already stated that. Like that'd be one of the reasons I suspect this actor would have been chosen, assuming there weren't other behind the scenes more conspiracy theory things of like quotas and shit. Dude, for Blade enhances it. It's like El Fuerte in Street Fighter. Representation done right, being experimented with can be very interesting. I don't mind Professor Hulk, but the fact.
Professor.
Oh, good.
I didn't mind Professor Hulk, but the fact this development happens off screen is just plain bad writing. Oh, like the fact that he becomes professor? Yeah, no, that would be just bad writing. That would be like
It is bad writing because so She-Hulk is fleshing out that time, but it was very lazy. I wouldn't say it's bad, but it was very lazy. There's actually Spanish Harlems in.
So a lot of that is just a product of Disney being like, yeah, we want to make this expansive universe, but we're doing it in the wrong order. Because like, you notice how a lot of these films are coming out and they're just like they're expanding and they're rewarding people who've been sitting there in the cinema for years, but it's like, should we have gotten this a little bit sooner? You know?
Okay, so according to this, Harlem. So there is a Spanish Harlem that is apparently not officially recognized as part of Harlem, even though it's right next to Harlem.
Yup. Sounds about right.
Black people and Mexicans do not like each other consistently. I don't know why. But if you've ever been here in a conversation with Neo, Mangler, and for the chat here, no, like, because Neo can tell you, like, if you go watch it, Neo will tell you stories that I don't get why Mexicans hate black people. I don't get it. It's one of the weirdest things I've ever fucking noticed, but it's so consistent across so many of them. It's like almost, I don't know what causes it. I don't know what's ingrained into like Hispanics that just makes them not like black people. I don't get it. It's weird. It's fucking weird.
I tell you, man, I live in Texas, so you'd think I would have the answer to the question, but I don't.
I've gone to Mexico and I don't have the answer to that question.
Then no one will know.
Media? I don't think it's media. Like, again, like if you ask Neil, he'll tell you that some of them were fucking rude to him for no reason. They just have issues, and I don't know. And I've seen my family and Mexicans I've known have these issues, and I'm here talking to these people, and I'm like, okay, but why though? What's the problem?
Why are you such an asshole?
It's like I don't understand. He did nothing to us. It's like, no, don't associate with him, but he's done nothing to us. I would not make it in prison because it would like the whole. Because I don't know if you know this in prison. You know this in prison. You're a fucking police officer researcher. But in prison, all the gangs are separated by race for the most part.
Yep, they are. They literally. In fact, one of the things they actually teach you in CJ is which gangs have the most prominence in the American criminal system, and they actually name them off by listing.
By listing race.
Well, yeah, a lot of them are distincted. There's like I can't remember their exact names, but there's one that's given for the like a Mexican dominated I think it's like Los something.
Los Carnales or something like that.
I think it might be Carnales. And then there's one for it's like an American
Well, like American History XXX, because like you got the whole skinhead thing going on over there.
It's definitely a skinhead thing. It's like an area.
Yeah. We know who those people are. Move on.
Yeah, no, and that one I believe is the largest organized gang in the American prison
yes.
system.
Yeah. So depending on where you are, that can change.
It's like the Aryan Empire or something.
Oh wait, yeah, the Aryan Empire. Because I think my dad I think mentioned that name at one point because my dad is a prison officer. Well, I'm just gonna enjoy the Percy Jackson TV show anyways. Yeah, go ahead until you find out the writing is bad and the effects are garbage. Until you realize that Supergirl has better CGI than it.
Where's it airing?
It's airing on Disney Plus. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna tell you right now. They butchered Artemis Fowl. Good luck. Artemis Fowl did not deserve what Disney Plus did to it. You're not praying for casting. You're praying that show's decent. Because, dude, they fucking ruined Artemis Fowl. They destroyed that book. A tear. I was so excited when I saw...
Also a bit racist, too. Are you referring to Zim or me?
Well, Mangler, the fact that you think that could be referring to you, what are you hiding from us?
Little did you know.
Artemis Fowl did not deserve what fucking Disney Plus did to it. That book was great, and then fucking they released the movie, and it's dog shit.
Yes. Because I totally read Artemis Fowl as a kid.
I think they'll give more effort to Percy Jackson. Artemis Fowl is a worldwide... I think Artemis Fowl sells more than Percy Jackson, actually. Do not undersell Artemis Fowl here. It's a very popular book series.
It did, but Percy Jackson's probably more well-known.
Yeah, because you fuckers can't read a book that's more than 200 pages.
No, because more under love interest. Actually, I don't know if
who would win Artemis Fowl versus Percy Jackson? I do not even want to think about that one.
What the fuck is Artemis Fowl even about?
Fairies, ancient technology, magical powers, universe altering events. But his main attribute is that he's just incredibly smart. He's the Sherlock Holmes archetype. He was a young criminal empire runner, and then afterwards he just becomes like basically a fucking glorified. Basically, you know Saul. He basically just becomes Saul after a while, just not like as comedic. Still competent, but like basically nowhere near as like vicious as he was at the beginning. Also, Percy Jackson's a TV show. Do you really think fucking The Lightning Thief can be stretched out into one season? Because it's going to be a season of TV show unless they combine both The Lightning Thief and the...
It depends on the runtime.
That is true.
Disney Plus is not known for giving like runtimes for all things that they do. Sometimes they do a good job. Like I think they did Moon Knight pretty good justice even in 6 episodes. They probably could have done it like 1 or 2, but like Percy Jackson's Lightning Thief, if I'm not mistaken, that thing's like 2023.
That one came out.
The problem is that pretty much every other chapter there's something either going because they are traveling in the whole fucking country in the Lightning Thief to find out where the lightning bolt is.
What was that? I'm sorry. No, I sneezed and I had to fucking blow my nose. Oh, that one brought a lot out with it.
I think they give more effort into Percy Jackson. They probably will. It's just like, well, so with Percy Jackson, technically they already have a couple things to work with because you really like the most for the most important scenes. You really just have to go over like.
Oh, okay.
Mainly just the start of the book with Percy just.
The runtime is 60 minutes. It's not coming out till 2023. That's,
for each episode?
It just says runtime 60 minutes.
I'm assuming it's for each episode, because if so,
I mean,
they have at least 12 of those. They should be good. Well, probably, actually, they might need more than 12. Probably like. I'll be honest, like, if they want to do it correctly, they got to do, like, 15 or 16.
You think fucking Percy Jackson's book is a 12-hour long fucking journey for the first one, Lightning Thief?
Try to account for like certain dialogue and characters. Well, so you have to remember, you know how many times they go to different. So they literally go to fucking.
Yeah, they go to so many locations, but it's like you really think they can't squeeze that into like 8 hours, 9?
Well, I don't want it to feel rushed, you know.
Well, so the problem is that like with the book, you give more breathing room because the reader likes to breathe more, but in a visual medium, it's going to be a little more tedious. Watch people walk around.
So maybe like 12 episodes. Yeah.
I think they'll put more effort into Percy Jackson because the movies exist, so they know what not to do, and they don't to be compared to that in a bad way. Lightning Thief was fine. If they just would have done the ending differently, it would have been a fine movie adaptation. It was just the ending that fucked it over. Everything else was fine.
I'm trying to remember how they ended it. Didn't they just end it with like Percy and Annabeth just training at Camp Half-Blood?
Well, what I'm referencing more Percy fighting Luke and throwing him into the fucking ocean.
Oh.
Because, like, if the movie would have just had the... Yeah.
I forgot about... Wait. Doesn't he come back in the second movie?
Yes, he does. If the movie would have just kept the original Ares fight and literally just kept Percy's fucking, like, journey there, it would have been fine. Would have been perfect. Not perfect, but would have been good.
So, the thing is, they actually chose 3 of the... Well, so I don't know why they went with Hydra here. But they chose 2 of the best locations. They chose the Lotus Hotel and Casino, which was one of the coolest and most iconic parts of Percy Jackson. The hotel where basically time travels differently and you're trapped there for decades.
Yes.
Basically. Like, that was one of the coolest, most iconic places, and Medusa's lair. They chose 2 of the best locations, and they nailed them in that film. They also chose, the Capture the Flag game and stuff like that. They did a lot of these things. But what they failed to do is how they recognized some of these. So during the Capture the Flag game, they should have had him get attacked by a hellhound, the way he did in the book, because how the camp figures out that Percy is Poseidon's son, because when he arrives there, they know he's a half-blood, obviously, because he can get there, he can see through the mist. They just don't know whose kid he is because he hasn't been claimed yet. And then during the Capture the Flag game, when he's defending the position, and he's in the water, then a hellhound shows up, where they hear it arriving, and it attacks Percy. Percy stabs it, kills it, and then he gets out of the water, and Annabeth's like, "What's going on with your body?" And he's like, "Percy, get back in the water," and she sees the reaction to his body, and then they eventually look above his head, and everybody just starts kneeling. He's like, "What's going on?" And it's just like, "Hail to Percy, a son of the Poseidon." They basically identify that he's the son of Poseidon. And then, they figured it out specifically because he gets attacked by the Hellhound and, the Children of Ares, essentially. Here's an interesting theory. Atreus joins Camp Half-Blood. How much of the story would change?
He literally solos the entire verse.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you...
Unironically, Atreus solos... yeah.
I was gonna say, he should be much faster than anyone in the entire verse.
He also... as fucked as this is, technically, he does technically scale to Balder, since he can take blows from Balder and be fine.
Well, we say he solos the entire verse, but if he was dropped into Tartarus, he would get solo.
No, because so the problem is that we're talking Atreus at the end of the story. We're talking Atreus at the beginning, because I think end of Atreus beats just Percy Jackson's entire verse.
No, I mean, if you dropped him in there, he would just get taxed by everything in the environment.
Well, yeah, I guess I get the fear hacks. Well, actually,
it's a matter of whether you...
Well, no, it's because I'm trying to think to myself, how the actual fucking fear shit took place. Because a lot of the reason they were fear affected is because it was their own shit that they did being thrown back at them.
Yeah, but
I explicitly remember the curses Annabeth received were because other people cursed Percy, and mainly just Percy, actually. She got the whole brunt of Percy's curses.
Well, so it was also just they were just being hit with things that they had done and things that they had felt before. And the point I was making was that Annabeth, for one, her willpower is pretty damn strong if you've seen her feats in the books up until that point. This woman's been stabbed, she's been kidnapped multiple times, dragged to foreign areas in enemy territory. She's been forced to carry the fucking sky on her shoulders.
Okay, but enough about Mexico.
But
enough about Mexico. What about Annabeth?
And then, I was gonna say, aside from that, she's almost had to kill her. Well, she's almost had to kill her family multiple times.
Honestly, let's be real here.
Um,
The best fucking feat thing she has is just lifting up the weight of the sky. Like that's the most taxing thing of all of these things because literally it basically killed Percy the second he touched it.
I, I love Artemis where he's just like, "Oh, give me the weight of the sky." And it's like, no, no mortal can hold this. It's like, oh, but Annabeth did it. Like, she was truly worthy to be a woman of the hunt. And I'm like, oh, fucking, like he isn't worthy.
No, like no. I think what she exactly says is she had a maiden's heart. You don't. It's like, listen, lady. Either he kills us or this kills me. I'm taking my chances with this.
No, I'm seriously sitting there just like, do not give me that. Do not give me that hunter of the night like Artemis like hunter bullshit. Like you need to get out there and fight Atlas.
It's like, give me the sky. I don't even think anyone goes to help Percy. I think he literally just picks it up on his own, and that's it.
Yeah, I love how Atlas's plan was just like, yeah, this like it's kind of nice to be free from this. I think I'm just gonna take turns sending all the gods to have them hold up the sky so I can humble them a little bit.
I think the stupidest thing
I'm like, that's
about the story going forward is that Atlas is their strongest fighter by far. He's literally the only one that like directly needed a god to stop him outside of his like realm, and the Titans do not try and free him again later on.
yep.
He doesn't even lose to Artemis in the fight. He just gets knocked back under the sky.
Well, actually, he's brawling with Artemis, Zoe, and I think one of the other hunters directly, and they basically end up.
Well, he kills
I think,
Zoe. He kills the other huntress. Well, no. So there's all the demigods fighting him, a direct god fighting him, and they don't even beat him or severely wound him. He only loses because he gets pushed back into the sky. If that fight would have literally taken place anywhere else, he would have won.
Also, why is I gotta say I feel like Luke's a little inconsistent, but hear me on this one, right? So Luke is treated as this like holier than thou swordsman that nobody can match, and everybody constantly compares Percy to him because he's like, oh man, especially the kids from Apollo's cabinet, which Percy says he routinely thrashes. He's like, yeah, you're better than everyone here except maybe Luke, and and then like Thalia shows up in the Titan's Curse. She's like, yeah, I'm just gonna beat your ass real quick with
Yep.
this spear. I'm like, what? What is Percy Jackson's scale in speed? Easily to lightning, from what I remember.
Yes.
That's without any sort of debate, because like, from what I remember, oh my god, I'm tired of dying. Oh. From what I remember, it was very like there are many feats that involved this lightning being used. You know. Oh, you know what I would be really excited for if they did a Percy Jackson series is who would they use to cast Nico? No.
Well, no. Well, I'm gonna be honest. At this point, like, well, assuming accurate casting's off the table, by the time Nico shows up, he's like what 10, I think, in the camp. Because he's
10 years
young.
old.
Yeah, he's young.
He's the youngest. He's the youngest of the main cast.
Uh, I do not. Well, by the time we get to Nico, there'll be new child actors. I can't think of a single person who I actually would say fucking like off the top of my head who I would cast for Nico. Again, I think while respecting the source material is fine, I think having child actors do this because the Harry Potter crew kind of fucking hated doing fucking Harry Potter after everything was said and done.
Yeah,
I think
it's just like having them around for many years is very tedious.
well, yeah. Now imagine like we got another group of kids going through that shit because the whole Percy Jackson series is going to be at least 4 seasons, unless they combine books 2. Well, no, if you're going to combine a book, you probably combine books 3 and 4. Well, no, because then you have awkward time skips. No, like it has to be a season of book, otherwise it just gets fucking weird.
Yeah, because so there's time skips between every book though,
Yeah,
and
that's why I'm
Sea of
saying.
Monsters, Sea of Monsters is way too contained because it's not even Percy's like fucking quest; it's Clarice's quest.
It's Percy's quest. It just has her name on it.
No, it's Clarice's quest.
It's listen. You want to know who saved her life and everything?
The only one that you could argue is like Percy's quest. Hashtag not Percy's quest is like the Titans first.
All of them.
He really, like, if you think about it, he really only goes on 2 quests in like 5 books. He technically leaves the camp illegally on 2 other occasions.
So he leaves the camp illegally in book 2. Book 3 is not technically his quest. Actually, no.
He leaves illegally as well. Dionysus stops him and then convinces him not to.
Book 3 is a call to action moment, more specifically. Book 3 wasn't like a quest given. They were attacked at the school. They meet Artemis, and then that kind of like sets up the rest of the story. And then book 4, it's Annabeth's quest, but that just means it's Percy's quest because Annabeth and Percy are practically inseparable in this fucking series. And then book 5 was not a quest, it was the battle for New York itself, but if you want to split hairs there, that would be Percy's quest because it's his prophecy.
Well, technically it's Luke's quest.
That was so stupid. So the first line of the prophecy has nothing to do with the rest of it. That's so silly. Wait, the Harry Potter
who would they cast to play Rachel?
Good question. I don't really know. Okay, again, like the problem is at this point, like I can't even think like who looks like the characters in the book because that's not even like a valid fucking position anymore. A lot of big actors end up hating roles they fucking played in for a while. I don't think the Harry Potter crew directly hated their roles as much, but I know for a fact that they do get annoyed all the time being like called like oh you're Harry Potter and shit. I think the only one who doesn't care as much is, and I could be wrong on this one, I think Hermione is the one who doesn't give as much of a fuck about it. Daniel Radcliffe seems to just like be going with the flow, but I think I don't know specifically about the Ron actor. I think the Ron actor kind of just fell off the face of the planet after the movies were done, for better or for worse. I think he probably enjoyed that a little better. Like,
I fucked that one up.
Like, if you didn't know this, the actor for Ben Kenobi from Harry Potter hated being Ben Kenobi. That's
okay,
Harry Potter.
what you just said made
Yeah. I meant Star Wars. I meant not Harry Potter. I'm sick.
Okay,
okay, you know, fucking, have you ever seen Star Wars Episode 4?
Yeah.
Okay,
of course.
Yeah, Ben Kenobi. That actor hated that role. He despised being in that role, and he despised the fact that he was known for it for the rest of his remaining life.
So, are you saying that he despised it after the fact?
No, he didn't like it. He didn't like it to begin with. I think that was really just a job he picked up just to get paid. Harrison Ford's another character who doesn't like the character he played, but I can't tell how much of that is legit and how much of that is joking. Then why did he come back? Because it's a paycheck. Also, I think he only came back. I mean, he's only there for a cameo role in episode 5, and he appears in episode 6 for 5 seconds.
For another cameo role.
Yeah,
I'm literally a Force ghost in 2 movies.
I'm gonna be honest here. You get paid a ridiculous amount as an actor. even if you hated the job, would you not want some extra fucking cash on the side just for doing like 5
It's
minutes of?
also Star Wars. Like, you're set for life if you even if you show up as a dead ghost. You're fucking Ben Kenobi. Oh, so you say he hated that, but did he really hate that? Because I'm pretty sure he enjoyed the moolah that came with it. Here's people who were like, yeah, the inconvenience of this for the rest of my life.
Oh, you mean the Obi-Wan Kenobi, not Karen Kenobi? Oh no, Ian McGregor
Oh.
loves it. Ian McGregor.
Yeah, no, complete opposite. Ian McGregor loves being Obi-Wan Kenobi. Kind of a weird parallel to have, to be honest.
He hated that he was always being the. He hated that he always be the high ground.
Then, Mangler, can you do your best to describe Percy Jackson's Zeus? Oh boy, it's been a while.
I do not remember what Zeus looked like. I think he stayed to have a fucking white hair.
Dude, the guy I remember the best was Ares.
I remember.
Ares was.
I remember fucking Poseidon the best.
Poseidon gets probably the most screen time because, well, at least in that fiction, he's actually not like a complete asshole for once, which is nice.
Well, okay, no, I think I know Hades too. Hades is described as like personality. I was gonna say I do not remember what it looked like.
Yeah.
Zeus
Personality.
No, you know
He's all right. Like he's not like.
I mean, he's no
He's
god
not
of
like
war,
a rude-
Zeus.
Well, I mean, he's like you have to understand most of the gods, even though they are arrogant, they're pretty down to earth in Percy Jackson. Not really that big an ass.
Zeus is the biggest one, though.
The problem comes when you're like, hey, you know how you doing? It's like, oh yeah, no, I'm doing. Like, all right, so what do you need of me? I'm like, well, I have this little quest. I need you to go on, and then you're like, oh. And then you know.
I remember he was strict, but he always had rules. I don't think Zeus was ever directly unfair. Because I remember even when Percy denied being a god, he didn't get too. He was like shocked and a little upset.
Oh, no. He was angry. They revealed it in the scene. So he's just like, I can make you a god, and he's like, no.
No, but he doesn't get like super fucking angry about it.
Down?
Yeah, no. He almost sounds more confused because he was because Percy. So he proposes the idea. Percy never suggests I want to be a god. What he says is, I know you want to ask for the greatest wish we can grant because we said we'd grant anything. Yeah, we can make you a god. Also, just to clarify, Percy's reasoning for not turning to a god is completely like unfounded either. Just want to throw that out there. Because Percy's main reason for being Percy's main reason for not being a god is Annabeth. Ultimately, it's Annabeth that changes his mind, and then when he sees Annabeth's face, he's like, "Oh yeah, fuck, Luke happened. I should do something about that."
No. Like, do you not understand? So the reason he chooses not to be God is because he wants to be with Annabeth. Yeah, because he realizes if he'll be a god, he'll be immortal. So he'll outlive her and she'll die.
Yeah, except the problem is that mortal fucking, like, the gods can make, like, their mortal wives. I'm sorry, I was watching something on the side. The gods can make their mortal wives into gods. Like, they wouldn't be as powerful, but they can make them immortal.
I don't think he was considering that. Percy's not always that bright.
Percy is not very smart over here. Percy just be like...
I think he just wanted to live as immortal. Because that's how he preferred things to be. I think
he says, as Percy is currently rocking the Curse of Achilles, the closest thing to immortality a mortal can have.
That's another thing. He's literally a pseudo-immortal at this point. Like, I don't think he wants to be double-dipping.
They should have made Percy into a god by the end of the series. I think there's no reason. Like, I understand it's a demigod story, but, like, they could literally just make him the god of childcare, and he'd be way better than all of them.
To be honest, I kind of like him just choosing not to, but like I would have been fine with Percy way later in his life accepting him after he's had some time. But like as a 16-year-old, when he's only really had like 5 years of living, like really living,
How strong
like
Percy?
being his own person, it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna be trapped on Mount Olympus for like, fuck that.
How strong would Percy be if Zeus strike lightning bolt to kill Hades, demigod, and accidentally killed Hades' lover? He did. He's a dick. But that's specifically because Hades broke the rule.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that. Oh, yeah, that's right. Zeus was a dick.
No, that's
I
not.
forgot
That's not Zeus being a dick. Hades should have kept it in his fucking pants.
So if I recall correctly, what happens is that they're oh, it's during World War II. That's right. So
Yeah,
he's
Hades
with
fucked up.
he's with his wife, and he basically says
No. The children are not there in World War II. The children are from like the 1970s.
no. Well,
No.
not exactly.
So after World War II, the three main gods swore off having children because they would destroy the world. Because Hades' sons were on the Nazi side and fucking Zeus and Poseidon's sons were on the Allies side. I don't think it's ever stated which sides they were on.
It's stated that they're on opposite sides.
Yes, it's never stated who's on who. Let's be real, we know where Zeus's kid ended up. But no, so
I was gonna say.
So they agree at that point, we're not gonna have kids anymore because they'll fucking destroy the planet. They will fucking ruin this place. You know, we're gonna wear condoms now. Then Hades fucks up, and Hades has children. I don't think the prophecy doesn't happen till Luke's mom is, I think, the one who gets the prophecy, right?
Yes, but she gets the prophecy, I think, as a result of seeing Hermes' true form, which drives her insane.
Regardless, that's not Zeus being a dick. Hades should have kept it in his fucking pants.
Well, to be fair, he could have done better. He could have done something different, I think.
Well, the problem is that those.
With a lightning bolt was probably not the right idea.
I mean, the problem here is like, what do you do? There's a prophecy that could potentially mean your entire
brother's ass.
Dude, there's a prophecy that when these kids turn 16, they're going to potentially destroy everything you've ever built and the entire cosmology because raising Olympus will destroy basically all of it. What the fuck are you supposed?
I mean, like at this point, I'm gonna be realistic here. You have like a million different powers. You can't deal with a couple of children.
Well, the problem is the prophecies are clear cut that a prophecy is going to happen within the prophecy's boundaries. So why the fuck would you take the chance that the kids are going to destroy your entire kingdom?
If it's clear cut, then what? Why are you even assuming you can stop it at that point?
Because he can just kill them. No. So Zeus could never stop the prophecy, but he could delay it for as long as he could. There was no way, especially since Zeus himself had kids. Bro, Zeus's chastity belt over there was straining against itself.
Seriously, he's just like, oh, don't worry here, I'll be loyal, and then, you know...
And a fucking Zeus sees a Minotaur breathing 3 feet away from him. Oh, sweet Jesus, it's gonna be harder than I thought.
Thalia is born. Jason is born.
Zeus over here sees anyone breathe. Oh shit, I don't know what I agreed to. This is not right, guys.
I was just like, alright, well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, brother, right? Fuck you.
Yeah, no, Poseidon just like, go fuck yourself.
To be fair, Poseidon was like the only... Okay, Hades... The sad part about all the gods is that they're actually superhuman. Like, I say super like human as in like they really are just human at their core. They're very like personable people.
Yes, it's one
because
of the
like
things
Hades,
people enjoy about the mythology.
Yeah, well, like especially in the book, like Hades loves his wife. Like when she dies, he basically breaks. as a man, essentially. Like he basically tells the Harpies to hide his children in the Lotus Hotel and Casino and pull them out in like yeah, no, they're there during World War II. Now I remember. So what happens specifically is that Zoe asks Bianca which U.S. president she remembers, and during the 1930s, and she tells him Hoover or whatever. And then when she gets to the Roosevelt, she tells her, "Oh, like, all right, so which one do you remember?" It's like Theodore or Franklin, and then she tells her like, "Oh, Franklin," and then Zoe's like, "Oh, fuck." It's like, what? Like, you've been trapped in the Lotus Hotel and Casino for 70 years. She's like, no, we were only there for like 2 weeks. Like, you've been there since 1940.
Didn't just fuck a tree? Yeah, he did. That's what that's the whole joke. Is that like, well, to be fair, Poseidon ultimately admits to Percy that Percy wasn't his only kid. At the end of book 5, well, and that's not including No. So what happened is that at the end of book 5, what happens is that they're talking to each other on the cliffside before Percy, I think, goes to kiss Annabeth underwater. And what happens is Poseidon's like, "Hey man, great choice on that wish. Guess I'll be sending you some siblings next year." And Percy's like, "You're joking, right?" And he just kind of like smiles at him before he leaves. I don't think they ever call back to that.
That scene was a little. So I think that scene was supposed to be the idea that like the gods, after the prophecy had been done, was like, well, world didn't get destroyed. Time to start banging.
It's like, well, didn't get destroyed. What's another world war? Honestly,
what's another one?
I'm gonna ask you a question because maybe I'm the only one who felt this way. Did you think Poseidon's fucking actual heir was a little shit when he talked to Percy?
Oh, Trident?
Yeah.
No, Trident was an asshole.
Trident?
Was a complete asshole.
He's all like, Percy Jackson finally here to join the fight. Me seeing Percy Jackson stop the Titans repeatedly, fight Atlas, literally stop the Labyrinth. Yeah, you're right. Now he's here to fight. My apologies, Trident. You started fighting, 3 weeks ago?
I must have read the wrong. I've never seen your ass in the Battle of Camp South War fighting hundreds of soldiers single-handedly without this immortality curse. Oh, that's right. Where were you chilling? Underwater in your fucking palace.
You know, me seeing all the bullshit fucking Percy's been doing this to like save the Greek pantheon. Seeing this one little shit talking smack because he's been fighting a war for like 3 weeks. You want to say something?
What's the guy that you have to fight? Oh yeah, some like old man who's riding like 3 or 4 snakes underwater as like a carriage.
Yeah, well, I fought Atlas.
You don't even need to fight him. I just gotta fight him.
Listen, man, I fought Atlas. Didn't end well, but I fought Atlas.
Yeah, I fought Atlas, and you know what happened? He ended up back under the sky. If you know what I mean, like.
Yeah.
I walked in, and he got back under that payload.
Well, what do you do besides fucking drown if you go outside the water?
You know, I fought Chronos multiple times without the Achilles. In fact, he had to flee from my position and not the other way around.
So, you know, I'm just saying, I think I've done a little more than you've done in your entire existence.
He even beat his human vessel's ass multiple times on top of his boat, and I totally didn't need like an army of centaurs to like bail me out either.
Man, I'm just saying, you're being a bit of a bitch over here, you know. How does it feel knowing Daddy's holding your head? Hang on, zoom my question up. Let me see this. How strong would Percy be if he accepted becoming a god? I think there's like a solar system level fee for the gods, so he'd be solar system level.
Some other ones.
Yeah, Cyclops is Poseidon's children. Poseidon fucks one of his children. Again, so the way they kind of solve this problem is the cowards, I'll say, they made it to where the gods don't have DNA. So theoretically, if a god decided to fuck his kid, it's still wrong, but it's technically not biologically wrong.
There is no genetical negatives to it because gods do not possess actual standard DNA.
Because the main reason that incest is usually considered bad is because of the biological ramifications it has on people.
It's because of the pairing of recessive traits.
Yes.
So you have within you. It's discussing mainly primarily because of recessive traits. So it's crazy. It's crazy because like, oh, you would want to date your sibling. I mean, we don't. I wouldn't want to do that. But like, you understand that the reason society, like why society has specifically advocated like not doing incest is because of recessive traits, right? Like, if you were to have sex with your sibling, what would happen is that if you produced a child, that child now, as a result of having like two extremely similar sets of biology and DNA, would produce one that has a very dominant array of recessive traits.
You're basically doubling the dice roll on bad outcomes of your genes.
Yeah, yes, because you're taking two sets of genes that are extremely similar, which means whatever detriments, it would mean whatever strengths within your bloodline, essentially, like whatever strengths within them would be a higher probability, but whatever weaknesses would also be a higher
So every time a kid is born, they basically get a dice roll to see how many good and bad genes they get. The more times you do it with the same gene pool, the higher likelihood you're going to start getting the worst genes repeatedly and more enforced because every time it comes up, it's going to be stronger. That's why the chin thing. No, that's why the inbred royal families have that fucked up chin that's super fucking long. Because it just kept stacking the recessive gene of long chin.
I was gonna say the actual the former queens of England, I think in the mid 1400s, actually had an issue with hemophilia because of inbreeding.
Yes.
So there was an issue where the process by which like hemophilia, which is essentially a disease in which people essentially bleed out from the inside, more or less. Like, it was a disease where it was some weird like platelet blood clot thing in which your body could not register like blood flow correctly, and as a result, you would bleed out.
Basically, yeah, the worst traits kept getting more caught up. Again, because incest was common in a lot of cultures for a while. There are some cultures back then we can find that outlawed incest, but realistically speaking, if there were no negative traits whatsoever regarding incest, there really shouldn't be a rule against it.
The reason that human beings make rules against things in general is because they have negative consequences.
Yes. No matter how stupid the law is or the rule is, I have learned that it is there specifically because it fucked up someone or screwed someone over at one point. Except for things the IRS decides. The IRS is against all mankind. Is that something like that because of the young Cyclops? Yeah. How strong are the Egyptian gods? No clue.
Getting back to the gods, the reason they don't have this is because they don't have DNA. So if they were to have sex with somebody, there is no negative consequences. There is actually only positive consequences.
So, unfortunately, I've never had this problem with you, but I'm gonna have to end the stream in like a minute or two because it's already gonna be 2 a.m. where I'm at, and normally we do not go this far, and this is usually when I get kicked out of my room. Because my mom is back, so I get kicked out of my room again.
I have to go eat something.
It's like literally about to be 5 a.m. where you're at. No, it's going to be 4 a.m. where you're at, right?
Yeah, I don't know why the fuck I'm still awake. Thank God I have work at 5:30 in the afternoon tomorrow.
I mean, you only need like 4 hours of sleep to go to work, if I'm being honest.
I guess the IRS organization that even the Joker fears. I love that fucking Joker.
I do not know how strong the Egyptian pantheon is in Percy Jackson. I would just assume they're comparable. Wait, so are Percy Jackson gods immune to biological manipulation? They'd be immune probably to conventional biological manipulation. The gods would have their own biology.
Anything that affects like DNA would not work on them.
Yeah. So they would probably only be affected by conceptual manipulation, more likely than not.
Don't you mean soul manipulation?
Oh, shit. Actually, that brings up a very good fuck. I'm gonna be honest, I want to sit you down when I'm done with that Earthside script and just try, like, no, yeah, I heard you. It's just that, like, I'm almost done with it, but I haven't even put down what it means power scaling wise because I don't know how to interpret some of these fucking things. Because either it's super high bally or super low bally. Regardless, yeah, Percy Jackson should be in the generic matter or they should be immune to generic biology manipulation. I'll go ahead and call the stream there for the most part, since, again, I do get kicked out of my room in a few minutes. So, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for your time as always. Have a nice day. I'll see you guys on the next stream or video. Take care, everybody.